Good evening. I would like to call to order this City Council meeting of September the 5th, 2023. Tonight's meeting is a hybrid meeting. Community members are welcome to join us either in person or remotely through Zoom or by telephone. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Curtis.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Sweet.
Here. Thank you. Our study session tonight is on two topics. First, a preliminary update on the 2023-2028 Capital Improvement Program, and second, a review of the future of Park Lane study findings. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at approximately 7:30. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So just a general public service announcement. Just before the council meeting, we blew a fuse in our HVAC system in the chambers, which unfortunately we don't have that fuse to replace tonight. So fortunately, it's a reasonably good day outside, but if it gets a little hot here, we can bring in some more fans. This may not be an issue now, but as we get closer into the evening, it could be an issue. But tonight we have two topics. The first is to talk about our CIP update. The purpose of this is a check-in for council, and then we'll be bringing this back in November, December for final action. So I want to update you on any changes. We do have one policy issue, which is a discussion of real estate excise tax reserves, and then a second discussion on Park Lane. So here to do the CIP project update is our financial planning manager, George Dugdale, and our financial planning supervisor, Kevin Pilstring.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor.
Welcome, George.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. As the City Manager said, our first part of our study session is on the update to the 2023-2028 Capital Improvement Program. So I'm going to introduce the topic, and then Kevin Pelstring, our financial planning supervisor, will go through the details of the project changes. We have 24 slides for you this evening. We walk through some of the policy highlights, some of the REIT reserves, and then also the detailed project changes. So before I hand over to Kevin, I just want to pull up the goals of the update. So as Council knows, this is not a full new capital improvement program. And at the moment, there are a number of items, the Transportation Management Plan, Transportation Master Plan rather, and some other significant planning processes underway. And so we have more kind of updates to the current CIP and some kind of changes to projects rather than new thinking and a lot of new projects. We do have changes related to work program items. We have updates to project timing. We have some changes in funding sources. And then as mentioned previously, we have some changes to the REIT reserve policies. The primary goal for this biennium and this biennial budget is delivering the projects that are already underway. Some of these have been impacted by elevated inflation, which we've discussed before at retreats and at council meetings. And some of the impacts of that will be seen as we get into the budget. Into the projects themselves. So I'm going to hand over now to Kevin, who's going to walk through the specifics of the projects.
All right, could I just pause for a second, Mayor? We're having some trouble with the audio, and then, Clerk, if we have a way for the loop to be connected. We have closed caption up at the top. It's very small. Okay. So closed caption's on this screen. Okay. Hold on one second, we'll make it a little bit larger. So I have some guests here who are having a hard time hearing, so thank you.
All right.
Can you say that on the mic if they have?
So for the loop system, for existing hearing aids should be able to pick up the system that's already embedded in the room.
All right, testing.
I'm getting a thumbs up.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Thank you, George. Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor.
My name is Kevin Pelstring. Again, I'm the Financial Planning Supervisor. Good to see you this evening. So as George mentioned, we're going to go through some of the updates. We'll start kind of at a high level of the CIP update, and then we'll get into some of the specific project updates. And I'll go through some of it rather quickly, but there's a lot of text on the slides, so please stop me if you have specific questions about any specific projects that you want to talk through. So here's our summary by program. You can see the adopted funded CIP as adopted in December 22, and then here's the August or now September update for both the funded and unfunded numbers. Transportation is increased the most out of all the different programs, and that's mainly due to additional investments in the 100th, 124th, Juanita Drive new scope, and a new street preservation program scope. And you'll see that the surface water unfunded CIP has changed quite a bit too, and that's reflecting some updates in the costs of projects that are in that list following the completion of the surface water master plan. And now for the capital funding sources. So this shows all the available or projected available balances for each of our main capital funding sources in the CIP as of the end of 2024. And our additional or recommended uses in the 23-24 budget as part of this update. Parks impact fees, you can see that we programmed about just under $500,000 in parks impact fees above budget in 23 to a number of projects that I'll go through. REIT 1 is mainly going to the Houghton Village Capital Improvement Project, and REIT 2 is going to 100th and 124th projects, as we discussed. And then you'll also see the CIP policy reserve. So REIT 1 and 2 show that's a $1 million reserve in each of those. And I'll go into a little bit more detail about that existing policy and then potential alternatives for a new policy. So for real estate excise tax, this is one of our largest capital funding sources. We track it very closely because it is very elastic to the real estate environment. As you can remember, we increased the budget from about $4.5 million in 2022 to $11 million in 2023. Currently, we are running a little behind our $11 million target. We are expecting to hit about $10 million, barring any other large transactions in the second half of the year. This includes receipts through the first half of the year and project a small slowdown in the second half, given we had a $64 million transaction in March that we don't anticipate will happen again. And then again, there's about $4.2 million of REIT 2 reserves programmed in the update for 100th and 124th projects. And we'll bring back updated balances and projections in the November CIP update. Following council feedback, now that we've increased the REIT budget, we wanted to come back with some potential alternatives for rethinking how we do our REIT reserve policy. So I wanted to bring up the current capital reserves that we have and other earmarked funding for specific purposes on the capital side. So our main capital reserve is the general capital contingency, which is just over $6 million. And that is equivalent to 10% of the funded 2-year CIP budget, less our utility funds and debt proceeds. So that's pretty reactive to the size of the CIP, and we calculate that every 2 years during the biennial budget development. The second one, the Capital Improvement Project Reserve, is actually our REIT reserve, or what we typically call our REIT reserve. So that's $2 million. Again, it's $1 million in each of REIT 1 and 2. And I'll go into a little bit more detail about that in the next slide. I also wanted to bring up, there are 2 other capital projects, the Property Acquisition Fund and the Neighborhood Parkland Acquisition Fund, which both have significant balances in them, and those have specific uses. One, the Property Acquisition Fund is about $3 million, and that's for the strategic acquisition of property for public use as recommended by the City Manager's Office. And then we have the Neighborhood Parkland Acquisition Fund, which is just over $4 million, and that's for acquisition of land for new neighborhood parks, driven by the PROS plan results. So the REIT reserve policy options. So again, following council feedback, we did provide a few different options and analyze what the reserve policy could look like going forward. So that current policy reserves $1 million in each REIT 1 and 2 to leverage external funding when the opportunity arises and to provide flexibility for project scope changes and unanticipated costs. This has been a pretty fungible reserve on top above that $2 million target. So it's allowed for a lot of funding of a lot of different projects over the last few years. Now that the budget is much higher, the possibility that we are not reaching our annual budget in REIT revenue is more likely. So we analyzed 4 different reserve policy options for the REIT fund in addition to the existing capital reserves. So it's a little confusing, but the 1, 2, and 4 are opportunities to replace the current policy, and the third one is actually in addition to our current policy of $2 million reserves. So I'll go through each of those and some of the pros and cons. The first one, 15% of the past 5 years average annual total. So over the past 5 years, we've received $14.4 million of REIT revenue. So 15% of that is $2.2 million. So that's pretty close to our current target. The benefits of this approach would that it would be proportionate to the level of the CIP, and it would allow us to build reserves in stronger years and also draw them down in leaner years of REIT reserves. So it would be a little bit more reactive to what our current REIT revenue has been like. And although it's currently close to our $2 million, if those REIT revenues were to fall over the next few years, that would go lower and potentially go below the $2 million target that we have currently. The second option, again, is an option alternative to replace that, is the existing policy and just to continue that and have $2 million in reserves. The third policy is in addition to our current policy. So it would establish a new matching fund reserves of $500,000 for each REIT 1 and REIT 2. And that would serve as an opportunity for if the department is going out for federal or state grants, it would serve as kind of a pot of money to be able to use for match funding, and it would be a much easier way for staff and for agencies to recognize that we have matching funding there. And then finally, number 4, which is not recommended by staff, is to establish a higher set amount of roughly $5 million instead of the $2 million that we currently have reserved. This is proportionate to how much we had in prior years, roughly, where we had about $2 million reserved on an annual $4.5 million budget. So this keeps that proportion roughly equivalent. However, this would be, in addition to the general capital contingency, would be almost double that, and staff recognizes that would be a significant amount of money frozen that wouldn't be able to be invested in current project needs. So wanted to give some time back to you, Madam Mayor, for council discussion, comments, questions.
Council discussion? Councilmember Nixon?
Thanks. Can you remind us for our other reserves, how do we typically set the target? Is it a percentage of a rolling amount from preceding years, or is it a flat amount, or is it a mix of those? And what's the justification for choosing one over the other in our other reserves?
We can come back with all of those more detail, but it's definitely a mix. So there are some that are firm targets for specific uses, and then there are some that are calculated every 2 years based on a certain percentage of some expenditure. So we can provide that in more detail. But I think overall having something that's a percentage of the CIP in this case just allows us to have something that's proportionate. So the overages and projects are going to be a little bit closer to what that percentage is versus just having a set amount that might become far too small to basically cover any sort of revenue shortfalls. But we can provide that list in more detail.
I would add,
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to add, there's also some language in the financial policies about which reserves to use when, and there's also some, depends on how flexible the fund needs to be. For example, you can't use utility monies to do something that would benefit the general fund, as an example. So some of it's a case-by-case basis, some of it's the way the money comes from, and some of it's the financial policy direction, and some of it's council direction when we come back to you and say, how would you like us to do it?
And do you think it's necessary to keep the REIT reserve separate from the general capital reserve instead of having a combined target for all of that together because of the restrictions on how REIT can be used?
I personally would recommend that. I think finance would as well for that reason. Yeah, since it is prescribed by state law what you can use it for, and the general fund you can use for a lot more flexibility for other types of projects. And you can also, by council action, move monies in and out of the reserves, but you couldn't move REIT to do something to support the general fund, as an example. So I think keeping them separate does make sense because they have a little bit of different usability.
Well, personally, I prefer the option one. I don't know about the 15%, whether that's the right number or not. It looks like it would have to be something like 35% to get us back to what the $2 million original target was years ago. But I like the idea of, number one, having it be a rolling average so that a single low year doesn't mean that you are free to eliminate the reserves, basically. But I like the fact that it automatically adjusts based on what the CIP is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Kevin. On option 3, you just said that the extra 500,000 makes it easier to show that we have the matching funds. Can you just walk me through what the process is now and how that would be different?
So currently, when we're going out for a grant, we have to point that there is existing funding allocated to that. So oftentimes, we're looking at the CIP and showing that this specific project has funding in it in the 6-year funded CIP. So we often have to make sure there's a difficulty in making sure that we have funding already in that project, but not enough that we would, noting that we still need some funding for the grant opportunity. So it's usually on a project-by-project basis where this would be kind of a CIP-wide funding that we could say we have funding allocated and we don't have to get as specific. I don't know, Rod, if you have anything else to say on that? Okay.
Just a question to follow that one. So essentially, that would be if we were to continue doing the 1 million, and then we added the 500, it would simply increase our ability to fund projects in a way that somebody else would see the matching fund and be able to qualify us for those kinds of grants.
Yes, correct. And the total would be 3 million. Right.
Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'm glad we're looking at this. I mean, we haven't really adjusted our policies for REIT in a while, and REIT has increased over time, but we know it's volatile because of the real estate market and project costs. You know, I'm really interested in that option 3 with the matching fund reserves, and there's 2 reasons, and you kind of hit on the first one. The one is that it allows us to go after projects that could be really well positioned for grants, but might not be our highest priority, and so therefore not show funding in our CIP. I'd like to still be able to go after those and get some outside money to build things. The second reason is that having that grant funding increases the score of projects. Oftentimes, when you're going after grants, the more you match, the more you put your skin in the game, that can result in higher selection odds. So those are 2 things that I'd be interested in continuing to look at that.
Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I like the option 1 in that it grows with revenues when we have higher years. But I'm wondering, Kevin, about the possibility of a hybrid, because the memo talks about the potential of that actually dropping below our current 2 million, depending on how things flow. Could we set a floor and say we have at least 2 million, but then have 15% as things grow?
Sure. Yeah, that's definitely something that we can bring back as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Kevin, and thank you, George. So I definitely like the idea of number 3. I like that it puts us in a better position than we are today to secure other people's money for the projects that help people in Kirkland. So definitely would support that. I was initially, like Councilmember Nixon, very attracted to one. I appreciate the work that went into that. I understand you and George sharpened your pencils as to coming up with something that was creative, and I really like what you guys have come up with there. The simplicity of two, there's something to be said about that. And frankly, I really like what Deputy Mayor suggested, creating a floor so the city of Kirkland as residents know that there's a minimum amount available for these type of projects, but then that's consistent with what we have today. And then having it adjust ratably as with a 5-year look back. So I guess I'm going to throw my weight behind the suggestion that Deputy Mayor made, at least to the extent I guess I shouldn't assume that he would also support number 3 along with the sliding scale and the minimum floor. So thanks.
Councilmember Falcone, or Deputy Mayor Arnold, did you want to respond? Okay. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I was going to say something very similar to Councilmember Black in that I like Deputy Mayor Arnold's comments related to a hybrid of number 1 and having a floor. And I was going to propose a hybrid of a floor, of 1 with a floor and adding number 3. And if we do that, then would we want to set number 3 at 500,000, or would you recommend it be a proportion, like it would be a third of, as proposed, it's a third, would it be a third, therefore it would increase above 500,000 if we were over the 2 million? So perhaps I'm proposing that, unless there's a reason that you think that that would not be wise to do.
I don't have any idea off the top of my head why that wouldn't be a bad idea, but I can check in with the public works staff and make sure that there's not anything on the grant side that would indicate that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Guess I would only add, if we're looking at combining 1 and 3, which I think is very creative, I think having the matching funds be a fixed amount as a starting point would be simpler rather than having kind of flow up and down. And then you can always see in each budget cycle, was it not enough, was it too much? The upside of all this is to create the flexibility of matching. The downside is you don't want to strand too much money, versus investing it into the ground, which I know you all care about as well. So I guess that would just be my small variation on the theme of what you said, Councilmember Falcone.
So with this, don't do number 4.
Noted.
So is this something you're going to come back, you're going to play with, and you'll come back to us with it?
Yeah, we'll bring back options at I think probably the November CIP study session and business item in that meeting.
Super. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. All right, so wanted to provide a brief update on our equity process. So as you know, in the 23-28 CIP, we included an equity analysis and mapping exercise that came out of the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging 5-year roadmap objectives. That was what we did was we created an equity index score for each potential capital project and included that in the CIP prioritization as kind of a first shot at how do we integrate equity directly into our CIP. And we got some great council feedback, and financial planning is working closely with the DAB manager and IT staff to update that data to the most recent census blocks and improve this process. So we're following the citywide equity analysis tool that they're developing now. So that's ongoing. IT staff is also creating another kind of user-friendly application that the public could use to actually view and query some of the U.S. Census and ACS data for Kirkland and areas of Kirkland. So we're hoping that could be really useful. And I think overall for future CIPs, this will be really helpful to bring forward some of that analysis to council and also to the public and to really, follow what is laid out in the DIB roadmap. But we want to make sure that we build that citywide equity tool first and then use that for the CIP process. So staff will return with more information as part of the larger roadmap update to council on September 19th. All right, so we have a couple updates. Just wanted to go through the city work program and where it's called out some of the capital projects and how this update meets those objectives. So the first is the fire stations, which is completing the construction of Fire Station 27 and the renovated Fire Station in 22, and completing the design for renovation of Fire Station 26 and 21. So this CIP update includes transfers or expected transfers of project balances from the completion of Fire Stations 27 and 22 to Fire Station 21 and 26. So both of those are under budget at present. And design is in progress for both Fire Stations 21 and 26, with both expected to go to bid in fall 23, with construction to begin in early 24. The second is on Juanita and 100th. So the city secured a $384,000 grant for water quality improvements related to the 100th Ave Northeast roadway project. That 100th Avenue project is under construction, and the Juanita Drive project is currently in design and expected to go to bid by end of the year. And finally, the Transportation Benefit District. So this is around issuing the bonds and initiating design and construction of the Safer Routes to School and active transportation plan priority projects, as well as the Vision Zero projects. So design contracts are in place for some of those TBD projects, and overall delivery is on schedule and on budget. The city's new vehicle license fee will become active and begin on January 1st, 2024. And I just spoke to Department of Licensing. We will start to receive that revenue at the end of February. We're expecting $1.3 million in revenue, and with $1 million of that will be budgeted for debt service payments related to the Safer Routes to School projects. So staff is working with financial advisors to plan a bond issuance to be brought back to City Council in early 2024, pending the interest rate environment next year. All right, so now we'll go through some of the updates by program for each of the projects. So I won't call out every project on the slide, but please stop me if you have specific questions. I also have Rod here to help answer things. So first is the Sound Transit project. So this includes both the Northeast 85th Street Ped Bike connection and the Northeast 85th Street eastbound third lane. Both of those need local funding for in-house costs that are currently unfunded. So there's $300,000 of ineligible costs for the Ped Bike connection and $165,000 ineligible costs for the eastbound third lane. So what that means is that for external funding and grant funding, there are often parts of capital project expenses that they won't fund, and we call those ineligibles. In this case, when project managers are charging their time to specific capital projects, that includes overhead and includes other staff on the CIP staff and other overhead charges from the city. And in this case, Sound Transit doesn't cover that, so we need to find local funding to pay for that. So we've identified the 2021 Safer Routes to School project has a balance that we can use for these projects. That includes $349,000 of REIT 2 and $150,000 of street levy funding. And the rest of all the Safer Routes to School projects have been included in the Transportation Benefit District project, which I'll go into more detail in the next slide. And the Kirkland Intelligent Transportation System, ITS. So this is proposing swapping $1 million of REIT 1 and 2 from in 2024 from the Northeast 85th Street and 132nd Ave Northeast dual lane project, TRC 139, for 2026 REIT 2 funding. So we're basically escalating funding from TRC 139 for the ITS program, and then moving the ITS funding back to 2026. So it's just a swap. There's no net change in funding for either of these projects, but it does mean that the ITS project will have adequate funding for its cash flow in 24 through 26. So this basically means that both projects can continue going forward because the Northeast 85th project has current funding in it. Next is the 108th Ave Northeast Transit Q jump. I think most of this was covered in the May 18th, 2023 council memo presentation, but the city did not receive a $1.5 million PSRC right-of-way grant that was programmed into the CIP as unsecured external in 24, so we're moving that back to 25. And staff will continue to work with King County and seek additional funding opportunities to pay for that acquisition and construction phases. and we'll return to council in '24 with potential options for financing as part of the 2030 CIP development. 124th Ave Northeast, construction bid is happening in early fall. Currently, we're estimating $2 million over budget. So we've programmed that into the CIP for now, and we'll reevaluate at award bid if that needs more funding. And then finally, the developer-funded projects or tax increment finance projects related to the station area project plan, currently, we recommend no changes at this time. We're going to have to reevaluate that given development conditions as part of the 2030 CIP. And a couple of new projects for transportation. One is the 120th Ave Northeast roadway rehab. That's adding funding for a new street preservation scope that bubbled up during this process. That'll happen in '24 and '25. It's a priority street preservation project near Evergreen Hospital, and it's funded with $1.7 million of funding from existing balances from those annual street preservation projects. So that's just savings from previous years that we're being able to roll out into a new scope. And the Transportation Benefit District implementation, so NMC 3000 or 30,000. This is just combining the existing balances and 23 through 28 funding from the various sources, including Safe Routes to School, annual sidewalk maintenance, and the TBD debt funding, which totals about 21.25 million, and that includes about a 10% contingency. So just one note on that, those ongoing streams of revenue, the Safe Routes to School, the annual sidewalk maintenance, those will return to their typical scope upon completion of the TBD projects. So that is not a permanent, it's just that's how we're showing it in the 23-28 CIP to make it simpler. And then finally, the Northeast 112th Street and 80th Ave Northeast, which is the Juanita Drive newly separated scope as authorized by council in May. That's funded with $1.9 million of transportation impact fees in 2025. All right, and now I'll pass it off to Rod Steitzer, our capital projects manager, to go through some updates on some unfunded projects.
Thank you, Kevin. Good evening, City Manager, Madam Mayor. Good to see everyone in person this time for me. Yeah, like Kevin was saying, we have a lot of work going on, but in addition to the projects, we have other things that we're advancing on fronts as well. We got a few slides for that. One of them is the Holmes Point Drive at 00 Denny Crosswalk. On the screen, in the upper right-hand corner, this picture's a little small, but what we're planning to do is put in some speed humps to slow vehicles down, and then put in a crosswalk so that pedestrians can cross more safely at that intersection going from the parking lot to the park. And to do that, our plan is to use the 2023 preservation program to put in the speed humps, and then the 2024 preservation program to put in the crosswalk. And the reason we're doing the 2024 program, in the bottom picture, you'll see the street condition is really rough at this time, and it actually needs a little bit of rehabilitation, taking it down, rebuilding the road, and then we'll put the crosswalk in on top of that. So this is consistent with the Holmes Point Drive study that was conducted, so the improvements are going to be consistent with that. We'll also add signage and set ourselves up for all the future improvements for Holmes Point Drive. Another one we wanted to kind of cover with you, give you an update on, is the 124th Avenue improvements between 85th and 116th Streets. In this case, we have been working with the developers to find opportunities where development can happen along the corridor, completing gaps. What we're looking at on the picture, the corridor is so long between those two streets, is a actually segmented image. The readers are covering up the match line on the bottom one, but if you could envision both of those pictures fitting on top of each other. So the blue is representing on this screen sidewalks that are already in place. Those are available. They meet all ADA standards and allows people to move north and south throughout the corridor. The red ones are actually the missing gaps where there's ditches and steep slopes and other things in the way that we want to address. In addition to that, We had recently completed our first Greenway project. That's the greenish color, or towards the north at 112th Street, the line representing where that pathway is coming in at the very end, tail end of that project. We also thought it was important to point out where the Boys and Girls Club is. Between the Greenway and the Boys and Girls Clubs, there's a number of bus stops that would benefit from having connections on both the east and west side. And so when we looked at this corridor, we actually went out, did a site visit, took some photographs, and began understanding where the right-of-way limits are, where these conditions for improvement are. And what we want to do is actually put together a more comprehensive approach on what our strategies might be, bring some options back to council at October 3rd, and take the next step after that. It's 124th. In addition to the transportation improvements, we've also made some significant advancements on the water and sewer plan. What we're looking at on the screen here, to really shortcut it, is the west of Market sewer is very old. It's requires high maintenance. It needs a lot of repairs regularly. And our modeling in the next projections for the future build-out shown on the screen down Market Street, the thicker red lines are showing where the system will fail if we don't do anything west of Market. So in the CIP, we actually have a couple of projects identified west of Market. One is a $10 million Phase 1 project, and there's a Phase 2 project that in the previous CIP was identified at $8 million, but it actually had contemplated upwards of $28 million to do all the work that's needed west of Market. West of Market is in dire shape. However, what we did in the CIP was we identified $500,000 to do a study and strategy. What can we do west of Market? And the results, I think the punchline is down at the bottom. All of that $38 million worth of work in our current projections in 2023 dollars can be done in just under $9 million. So it's significant. And we owe a lot of work to the staff and the Public Works crews and working with our planning team to make sure that we can identify where these improvements make sense and what we can do. The technique we want to use on this is a non-destructive, really kind of technique that we think, it's a trenchless technology called cured in place piping. And we have requirements that meet environmental codes for cured in place pipe. The techniques and methods we use meet all the state standards and regulations. So this technique is a viable option, and this is the one we'd like to move forward with.
Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Rod. Is this the first time that we'll be using this technique?
No, we've used trenchless technology and cured in place before. Actually, on Market Street, we did that as well, and we also did pipe bursting. Near Kirkland Urban, we have cured in place pipe that's in place. So we've done it. There's various colors so you can maintain and TV the lines a little bit better. There's how you cure the pipe. We have those kind of things so we don't emit odors, those kind of things. So they're compliant with all the ecology requirements and state requirements for this. I will point out it's not in every case. It works west of Market because of the slopes and because the existing pipe is a concrete pipe, which gives it its structural integrity. It's just has some leaking that's going on, or potential for leaking inwards, not outwards, I should say, leaking inwards. And so this cured in place pipe allows us to maintain a high flow volume and still retain the existing structural integrity of the pipe.
Would this technology be one that could be considered for side sewers?
It could, where the benefit of this, it could, but where the benefit of this really shines is on larger size pipes that are really long. Side sewers are relatively shorter. And you would have to have the slope requirements and make sure that the pipe has the strength and things like that. I mean, you could always look at that for sure.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you for this update. Can you speak to the expected lifespan of this fix versus the 30 whatever $1 million fix? Like how long would each last?
Yeah, they're about the same.
Okay.
And we look at it as a 30-year span, but you know, it could go 50 years, depending on maintenance and how things are. And of course, as redevelopment occurs, you'd make sure that you tie it in correctly.
Great, thank you.
The last one that I think it's the last one that I have here, South Reservoir. It's another project that we've been working on. So the South Reservoir provides pressure and water supply to not only the city of Kirkland, but we also partner with Redmond and Bellevue on this water supply system. And this is one that originally was a seismic retrofit that we had planned in the CIP years ago. And as we've got into it, the type of steel for that seismic retrofit just isn't the right type of steel, so we're contemplating the rebuild of the whole South Reservoir. And that's why we see significant cost increases. And along with those cost increases, we're pairing this with our water system modeling that's going on right now, and that's giving us the volumes that we need. So we see the numbers going up as we keep pace with growth, and with fire flow requirements and those kind of things. And we'll bring back more information on South Reservoir as we know more.
Where is the South Reservoir?
It's just north of Bridle Trails Park. And it's south of Tech City Bowl, I guess, somewhere right in that area. Kevin, thank you.
Thanks, Brad. So I'll try and go through the next few pretty quickly, but please, again, stop me if you have any specific questions. For surface water, we have a number of changes, mainly related to just receiving additional grant funding, ecology, as well as the King County Flood Control District. One I'll call out is the Goat Hill Drainage Ditch Conveyance and Channel Stabilization Project. That we've added $500,000 of unsecured external to the CIP. We put out a grant application request for that funding. We should have a decision by October, November. So hopefully when we come back to council, we'll have more information on that. And on the unfunded side, as I mentioned earlier, following the conclusion of the Surface Water Master Plan, we have updated the unfunded list to sort by priority ranking and updated those cost estimates to match the 2022 study. And we did remove 6 projects that were either on private property or already determined to be complete via the operating program. On parks, so you'll notice that there's not a ton of changes on parks. Depending on the outcome of the ballot measure, we'll update this before the end of the year with those projects. If it passes, there is one new project, that's Snyder's Corner Park Master Plan and Development, and that's receiving $128,000 of park impact fees above budget and moving that from the unfunded to the funded program. We're adding $250,000 of parks impact fees for the Everest Playground and ADA path renovation, as well as $93,000 of parks impact fees to the O.O. Denny Park Improvements Picnic Shelter. In IT, this is just reflecting a couple of scope increases, mainly from existing fund or project balances, network refresh, and we're adding a spare server to the AV equipment in the KJC courtrooms funded by a project closeout balance. We're also recommending that we remove both of the unfunded projects in IT, which are both related to parking technology, as the work to solve those issues with parking technology is being done by Public Works. So that's no longer needed on the IT side. Facilities. So the facilities conditions assessment is a contract that was funded by a 23-24 service package, and that is basically evaluating all of our city properties and buildings, checking the current status and renovation needs, and then creating a new maintenance schedule, especially over the next 6 years. So we're currently working with the contractor to determine how to best build out basically an improved facility sinking fund model. How are we going to charge internally for each of those buildings, and how are we going to plan the CIP going forward? So not a lot of changes yet, but you will see a lot of changes probably in the 2030 facility CIP and the internal service charges that comes out of that study. Also, you won't see the Fisk property acquisition on that, but we bring that back in November and as part of the CIP. The modified projects are really just a couple of funding changes. The Houghton Village capital improvements was amended by a fiscal note in May. Some funding that was included in the June budget adjustments from the Facility Sinking Fund to fund a pilot for space densification in City Hall, as well as about $31,000 were added for design costs for the first 3 departments of implementation, and still working out exactly what will be done on that. And next steps. So tonight is we're receiving some discussion, especially on the REIT reserve policy in your direction, which we'll take under advisement, and then come back on November 8th with a revised CIP update, any updates related to grant decisions and things like that, any award bid information. And then in December, on December 12th, will be final adoption of the 23-28 CIP update, along with the 23-24 mid-buy budget adjustments. So any questions or comments or anything else?
Councilmember Pascal.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. First off, great update. Obviously, lots is going on today with capital construction. You know, there used to be a time where I used to get complaints about we weren't doing enough, and now I'm getting complaints that we're doing too much at one time because of all the construction around the city. But that being said, I just wanted to raise a couple things around the Cross-Kirkland corridor that were on my mind. One was the PSE project that's installing the transmission line, where it looks like the Cross-Kirkland corridor might be closed for a period of time along the stretch that was just closed for seemed like more than a year. So that's a concern so I'd like to kind of hear a little bit more about how we could avoid closures along there, if at all possible. The second one is, while I was out on the Cross-Kirkland corridor, I come across a lot more people that are coming from out of town that are using it, you know, bicyclists and so forth. And there's a couple groups. I was walking up from Totem Lake, the backside, and they're asking where I was coming from. And I was like, well, Totem Lake Village, Totem Lake Park. And they were like, oh, that's cool. I didn't know I could use that that route to get there. And then I started looking around, and we actually have no wayfinding or any signage that says that you can use that to access Totem Lake Village. So I'm just curious about wayfinding along the Cross-Kirkland corridor, and if we could consider some improvements in the capital budget for that. I think that would be important. And then I guess I just wanted to ask a question about the 132nd Slater Avenue crossing of the East Rail Cross-Kirkland corridor, and you know, what's the status of that, and is that moving forward as planned, or with a next year kind of construction? Is that?
Yeah, we're moving forward as planned on that, and we're coordinating with PSC on their high voltage line, goes right through there as well. We're also working with North Shore Utility, who has some planned improvements there. So, yeah, we'll put the Hawk improvement in next year, and then, you know, as we advance our designs and as the corridor use goes up, we'll see what possibilities are in the future. So,
Great, thank you.
Thank you. That's exciting news, Rod. That hot crossing is going to be a game changer. Kevin?
All right, that's all I have. Barring any other comments, thank you so much. And thanks to the Public Works team, Jessica, Clem, and Rod, and George. Back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, that takes us to our next agenda item, City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. The next item is a briefing on the future Park Lane study findings. We have several people who are going to present, including some consultants, but here to kick it off is our Deputy City Manager, James Lopez, who's going to lead you through it all.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. It's my pleasure to be here tonight. I'll talk a little bit while we load up the deck. Oh, okay, you'll do that here. Hi, Ellie. Welcome. So, Madam Mayor, it's really my pleasure to present tonight the findings from the Park Lane study report. I would like to point out I am joined by Julie Underwood and Victoria Kovacs, Diana Hart, and we have Ellie Schaefer and Nathan Polanski on the line. They have been an amazing team and really have done the lion's share of the work, so kudos to you for that. As we outlined in some detail in our memorandum, the purpose of the consultant study was to identify and evaluate the practical implementation challenges and opportunities of the three options for permanent or temporary closure of Park Lane to vehicular traffic. Now, the study identified infrastructure, programming, parking mitigations, and other investments that would be necessary to potentially close Park Lane to vehicle traffic and successfully activate a pedestrian retail, service, and dining area in the downtown core. The operational scenarios evaluated to the possible Park Lane vehicle closure, they included three scenarios. One was a full-time year-round closure to traffic. Two was a full-time summer seasonal closure to traffic, such as from May to October. And three, summer evening closure to traffic, such as from May to October, for example, from the hours like 6 to 11 or 12. Evenings, that was the evenings option. Now, while the study was focused on the opportunities and costs of closures, the council always has the option to maintain Park Lane as a flexible street with vehicle access and parking. Now, there is a great deal of information in the report to support a decision by the council anytime. There's a robust report, and Ellie is going to go through that now. However, staff is recommending that the council wait to receive information from a comprehensive parking study being conducted in the downtown area, due at the end of the year, I think by about January, before making a final decision about options. Of course, there is plenty of information out, but we do want you to know that that information is coming. And with that, Ellie, I'll turn it over to you to talk about the substance of the report, and council, then we will return for questions during the study. Thank you.
Welcome, Ellie.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thanks, Jim. Mayor, council members, we appreciate your time tonight. We're looking forward to providing you a quick recap of those three scenarios that Jim mentioned for Park Lane. And then we're going to spend some more time today on the evaluation of those scenarios than we did during the town hall, which I believe most of you were present for. I'm going to try and get through our slides pretty efficiently this evening so we can really maximize your time for questions, answers, discussion at the end of our presentation. So the future of Park Lane, we started this effort with guiding principles. So we really wanted these to both shape and evaluate the scenarios for the street. These principles came from a few different places, including previous studies and adopted plans, as well as review of the Transportation and Planning Commissions. I'll just read through these briefly so they're fresh in our minds. The first guiding principle is to enhance Park Lane's function and reputation as a vibrant local and regional destination and gathering place. Expand economic vitality and support commercial activity. Ensure safe and equitable access for all. Maintain year-round streetscape at a high level of service and ensure fiscal sustainability. And then incorporate Park Lane as part of a larger non-motorized connection between the lakefront, Kirkland Urban, and the Northeast 85th Street station area. So I'll come back to these in a few slides when we get to our evaluation. Existing conditions, we have more detail on what's out there today in the report. Briefly, just a reminder, we're only looking at the west block of Park Lane between Lake and Main for this study. Really, it's a really nice street today. Has a lot of amenities and high-end finishes. It's a curbless environment. As part of this process, we're trying to figure out how to really leverage that flexible design and make the street the best iteration of itself. The baseline improvements, so we've pulled out elements that are common to all three scenarios. There's detail about these at the beginning of the report. Generally, they fall into a few categories, things like infrastructure, staffing and operations, beautification, access, those sorts of things. Based on a request from council, we've also added a cost for these baseline improvements. You can find that in your packet. The street closure scenarios themselves. So I'll just provide a few highlights of each. we've got 3 different scenarios: summer evenings, summer season, and year-round. One thing I want to mention is that we do say May to October for the summer evenings and summer season scenarios. We've left this flexible in the report, but in your packet, we have included some more considerations as to when exactly you would close the street and when exactly you might open it. When in May, when in October, because we realize that's a between 4 and 6 month period. So those are in your packet, but that looks at things like weather, setup and breakdown requirements, launch and conclusion celebrations, and other lessons learned. Generally, we don't think the exact date in May or October has a big impact on the scenarios or the evaluation. So looking at our first scenario, summer evenings, this one is envisioned to be car-free from approximately 4 to 11 p.m., again, May to October. Opportunities for the summer evening scenario include that it's really meant to be an evolution of the Evenings on Park Lane program that was developed in summer 21 and 22. So coming off of that, the extended hours are an opportunity starting at 4 p.m. instead of 6 p.m. would allow some more time to capture folks after work, after school, and kind of have the street closed in time for the dinner and happy hour crowds. The furnishings and amenities would need to be flexible and movable. This scenario balances daily commerce needs with an evening activation and a vibrant atmosphere. There's a lot of branding opportunities, like you can see in this graphic example on the planters, monument signage, and also in communications regarding the street closure. And then really the programming could be focused on actually really activating those evening times. Challenges of this scenario, the fact that it is temporary does mean that everything needs to be set up and broken down daily. So it limits the furnishing options a bit that need to be lightweight, movable, or foldable. Communications are really important, given the changing conditions of the street, opening and closing, every day in the summer. It's really important to communicate with businesses, customers, and visitors. Parking management needs to be done every day in this scenario, and that includes staffing that extends outside of typical working hours. The storage needs are pretty significant, so putting things away conveniently every night. And then with parking, currently there is 1 ADA accessible parking space on this block, and there are 5 short-term spaces. So in this scenario, we recommend moving that 1 ADA space to a nearby location, and moving 1 of the 5 short-term spaces nearby, given the limited duration of this closure. The second scenario, we're calling summer season. So this is car-free 24/7 between May and October. Opportunities in this scenario include that it's more predictable. So having that longer closure period and not having it changing every day does provide that predictability. There's opportunities to really bring more shoppers and diners to the street all times of day. It capitalizes on those busy summer months. And then the semi-permanent furnishings can mean potentially higher quality installations, art, landscaping, etc. And then there's an opportunity to really rotate the program throughout the summer, rotate the programming and provide different unique experiences, different months of the summer. Challenges of this scenario, it really would be important to activate the street during weekdays in particular. This closure is a longer duration in terms of that 24 hours a day factor. So that means more staffing needs. In this scenario, it also becomes increasingly important to kind of monitor the activity on the street, how the parking is working, what public input is being received. And it's important to be flexible and change things if needed based on what's being observed. Deliveries would occur from the alleys and nearby loading zones. This one, we can't have cars driving down the middle of the street. Emergency access is from either end of the block, and deliveries would be the same. Also, things would be left out overnight. So there's additional security needs that come into play once we get into that 24-hour-a-day closure. Parking is also more impacted in this scenario than the previous one. So we recommend, again, moving that ADA space nearby, and then moving 3 of the 5 short-term spaces nearby as well during the closure period. The last scenario, year-round. So this is car-free 24/7 all year. So this is a permanent pedestrianization of the street. It's really, the idea is to create a vibrant, programmable space that's really like a hallmark for downtown Kirkland, surrounded by thriving businesses. So this has a mix of permanent and modular furnishings. So having that consistent, predictable destination, but also allowing for flexibility over time. We've also included expanded public art, focus on year-round activation strategies, particularly in the winter, and then seasonally expanded landscaping. Challenges of this scenario, again, really making sure that the street is activated and programmed in those non-busy months and times. More staffing and monitoring needs from a full closure with a longer duration. And again, the year-round scenario is a bit less flexible than the summer season scenario. Also, there's a need for more security in those off-peak times and seasons. The travel lane itself that exists today needs to be kept clear for emergency access, and automated gates are required at either end for that emergency access. Again, deliveries could happen from nearby, but in this case, they could probably happen on the street for a certain time before a certain hour in the mornings. This one is the greatest level of public investment, most expensive. And then for this scenario, parking is obviously the most impacted, those 17 spaces that exist on the street. So we proposed moving that ADA space again nearby and moving all 5 of those 5 short-term spaces nearby. So looking at evaluation, we've evaluated these 3 scenarios from 2 angles using both those guiding principles I mentioned before, as well as cost. So I'll talk about the guiding principles and I'll hand it off to my colleague Nathan to talk more about cost. Really, we're just using this evaluation to help you all on council start the conversation and decide what you want to do for the future of Park Lane. So we're using these guiding principles to evaluate all 3 scenarios and the existing conditions. It's really a qualitative assessment, and each of our 5 guiding principles has several goals within it that we're actually using to measure. I'll go through those in a little bit of detail. We've considered the guiding principles equally in our evaluation. Ultimately, City Council might decide to prioritize one of the 5 over another, or certain goals over another. But for now, we've rated them all equally. Just a reminder of the 5 guiding principles. We'll be referring to these in short names in my next few slides. So the first one is about destination and a gathering place. Second one's about economic vitality. Third is about safety and access. Fourth principle is about maintenance and fiscal sustainability. And then the 5th principle is about a non-motorized connection. So again, we've been as objective as possible with the information that we have based on these scenarios. They're all scored relatively to each other, and everything is weighted evenly. But again, you might choose to prioritize one principle over another. So these slides, they have 4 different color bar charts. They're labeled, the gray bars are labeled with an E. Those are the existing condition. Purple bars have a 1. Those are summer evenings. The green bars are summer season, labeled with a 2. And then the blue bars labeled with a 3 are the year-round scenario. So generally by scenario to start, and then we can take a closer look at each of these 5. The existing condition generally scores the lowest against our guiding principles, besides in the 4th principle, which is just given the fact that there's reduced resource needs and easy vehicle access if the street isn't closed. The evening scenario, generally doesn't score as well as the others. Again, it scores a bit better on that same guiding principle 4, maintenance and fiscal sustainability, for the same reasons as the existing condition, just requiring less investment, less maintenance. The summer season scenario performs well with a longer closure time, but still maintains flexibility. And then the year-round scenario has a lot of opportunities with, the full closure. It does the most to prioritize pedestrians. It's also going to be the most resource intensive. So just a bit of a closer look, and I want to share a little bit about what we heard in our town hall as well. So for our first guiding principle about making Park Lane a destination and gathering place, the goals within that we're actually measuring are looking at special event infrastructure, variety of programming opportunities, inclusivity, an attractive streetscape, opportunities for public art, and flexibility over time. So looking at how the 4 scenarios scored here, the summer season and year-round scenario have more opportunities for, beautification, art, programming, and events. But again, that summer season closure scenario is going to be a bit more flexible, so it scores slightly higher. There's a lot more detail on how all the scores came together in the report as well, and I'm happy to answer any more questions that come up. From the town hall, we heard some questions about really how does this one block potential closure contribute to that larger pedestrian connection that's envisioned between the lakefront and Kirkland Urban. Really, like, this would be one piece of the puzzle. We recognize that there are other sections of that connection that might require a different solution to better contribute to a big pedestrian connection like that, and that this is really one unique part of that. The second guiding principle is about economic vitality. So here we're looking at storefront visibility for spontaneous shopping and dining, convenient business access, space for businesses to expand into the public right-of-way, space for temporary vendors, and programming designed to support commercial activity. So visibility from cars and business vehicle access is going to be better in the existing conditions and evening scenario, just given the reduced or no closure. But the summer and year round do have greater or longer space and time for businesses to expand into the right-of-way, to accommodate vendors, and more opportunities for programming that can be designed to support those adjacent businesses. This is a big one we're hearing about from the community and from the business owners. In the town hall, there were some business owners saying that they would not be participating in any programming were the street to close. There was also some questions about how a street closure or an associated programming can support economic vitality. So in response to that, we provided a lot of sources to the city with different literature and research about the impacts of pedestrian infrastructure, walkable places, and street closures and programming in particular on the adjacent businesses and the larger city economy. The other thing I'll point out here is that deliveries are an important consideration for the businesses in any scenario, and we've included recommendations for that. The third guiding principle is safety and access. So looking at ADA accessibility, pedestrian safety, security, transit access, bicycle parking, vehicle parking, and vehicle circulation. Here, all scenarios and the existing conditions score pretty similarly. Year-round and existing, again, are going to be the most predictable without change happening daily or seasonally. The parking impact is varied across scenarios, but that ends up being offset in our evaluation by increased pedestrian safety and increased bike parking. So that's where you see those kind of level out. We're definitely hearing from business owners that parking is a concern, parking loss in particular. Generally, we're hearing a bit less concern from members of the community regarding parking. fourth of 5, maintenance and fiscal sustainability. So here we're looking at stormwater system, resources for consistent maintenance, staffing for infrastructure needs and the closure, actually closing the street itself, and then access for city maintenance, waste management, and emergency services. So there's generally going to be a lower cost and more vehicle access for either the shortest closure period or no closure at all, as I mentioned before. Concerns for this one from the community are mostly about the city making that needed investment to really maintain and upkeep the street at a high level over time. Lastly, a non-motorized connection, 5th guiding principle. Here we're looking at prioritizing pedestrians, expanded space for walking, infrastructure for walking, and opportunities for visual connections like signage and wayfinding. So the year-round closure shown on the right, is really going to maximize pedestrianization of the street and maximize that non-motorized connection. So that one scores the highest for this principle. The town hall, we heard that the public is interested in having more space for walking, better ADA accessibility, and also interested in the environmental impacts of prioritizing walking over driving. That said, we're being realistic about the real impact that closing one block will have on mode choice overall, but certainly having one block closed is going to make downtown one more step closer to being really, really walkable. So with that, I'll hand it off to Nathan to talk about cost.
Thanks, Allie. So in addition to evaluating against the project goals and principles, we also prepared a planning level cost evaluation to identify the range in capital and operational investment that might be needed to implement each of the street closure scenarios. So capital costs are based on sort of the itemization and kind of a cost or an allowance for each of the physical elements that would be included in each of the street closure scenarios. These include allowances for soft costs, and so that's city staff time or consultant time to do future design, permitting, and management of projects. It also includes contingencies and tax. These soft costs were coordinated with city staff to match other kind of planning level projects and kind of budgeting that are done. In addition to capital costs, there's the operational costs. And so the range in operational costs includes staff time for management and coordination of the programming activities and operations, and also includes time for installation and management time. Again, this effort's been coordinated across departments to kind of give feedback from each of the departments who would be participating in operational elements. The range in operational costs does not include existing proactive and reactive maintenance. The city is currently budgeted to maintain and operate existing park lane streetscape. And so, working with staff, they have identified approximately 740 annual hours across the different public works divisions. So that's streets and grounds, transportation, surface water. So that's in addition to those hours. And so next slide. So that's kind of high level what we looked at. Ellie mentioned that there are several elements and kind of infrastructural needs that are consistent across each of the street closure scenarios. And so as part of our cost evaluation, we identified the costs for those. If the city were to decide not to move forward with the street closure and just kind of wanted to provide some enhancements to the existing streetscape and infrastructure, the elements that have been identified are potentially $600,000 to $800,000 of capital cost improvements, and that includes reducing kind of bollards on the street, additional trash receptacles and pickup, updates and enhancements to the electrical distribution to make events easier to have, expanded lighting. So a variety of things. And again, those are consistent across all of the scenarios. Next slide. So here is a kind of quick snapshot of the kind of capital costs for each of the scenarios. And so capital costs include the street closure and utility infrastructure improvements, kind of opportunities for gateways, signage, lighting enhancements, parking modifications, and streetscape amenities and storage. And so from a capital cost investment, looking at, $1.5 to $2 million for summer evenings, $2 million to $2.5 million for the summer season, and $2.5 to $3.5 million for the kind of year-round closure. I'm rounding those to keep it a little bit simple. In addition to sort of the initial capital costs, we also took a look at what are the additional reoccurring capital costs that might be needed for miscellaneous items, whether it's replanting, planting areas, replacing umbrellas or seating, kind of public art displays. And so we've also identified, potentially $25,000 to $75,000 per year for summer evenings, $50,000 to $150,000 for the summer seasonal, and $75,000 to $225,000 for the year round. On the operations and costs, again, here we're looking at two different buckets, sort of a coordination and management of those kind of private patios and displays, kind of public art opportunities, vendors, coordinating for events, so a lot of city staff time to manage that programming for kind of weekly or quarterly events, special events by the city. We also looked at installation maintenance time, so recurring maintenance for setup and breakdown, as Ellie mentioned, that would happen at the kind of start or the end, or whether it be daily if it's the summer evenings closure, cleanup, enhanced kind of maintenance and beautification services to elevate the existing streetscape, and then installation and removal of kind of infrastructure and streetscape elements over time. And so here, kind of combining those coordination and management and installation and maintenance, looking at 1.5 to 2 full-time equivalent staff to manage that for summer evenings, 2 to 2.5 staff for summer seasonal, and 3 to 4 staff, kind of full-time equivalents for a year-round closure. So a lot of investment to really operate and manage with a kind of higher level of service that's been done for the past. And as I mentioned, the capital costs as well as the operational costs are something that we've kind of coordinated across departments to understand and make sure that the assumptions are consistent with staff who would be executing those. So that's kind of the recap that we have for the cost evaluation, and we'll turn it back to Jim at this point.
Getting there. Thank you very much, Ellie and Nathan. Madam Mayor, we're actually right on time. I do have, we have 15 minutes now for the council to ask questions of the consultants. We don't have Martha Chaudhry tonight. She's not with the city, but she did a ton of work on this as well. I want to recognize that. But we do have Diana and Victoria here and the consultants to answer questions.
Questions? Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm a little disappointed at the lack of development of the idea of the existing option. In particular, we know that Park Lane has not fulfilled its potential as a festival street. There's, a lack of special events that could have been scheduled or have not been scheduled. And partly that's because we've heard repeatedly that the facility is inadequate. Things like lack of power connections, lack of potable water for food vendors, those sorts of things. And I really would have hoped that this report would have given the council information on what it would take to really make Park Lane a functional festival street for special events. Not every night for the summer, but just a Friday or maybe Friday and Saturday or something like that, which was its original intent. Is there any plan to develop that information so that we would be fully informed and be able to make a good choice?
Well, I'd like to turn it back to Ellie. Maybe you could talk about the baseline assumptions, because there was about $600,000 to $800,000 in investments in the street that was consistent against all scenarios. So I think, Councilmember Nixon, that would be applicable. But I do think it was slightly beyond the scope of the consultant work to do a deeper dive into festival street activization, but we could do that as a work program. I don't know, Ellie or Nathan, if you wanted to jump in on that.
Yeah, so this is the exact slide. Thanks, Jim. So yeah, the baseline improvements that have been identified as being shared or kind of needed for each of the scenarios also applies to the existing streetscape. So this includes exactly what you were just talking about. What are the needs for electrical event power? We spent a lot of time coordinating with city staff. What is needed is a separate meter so that they can monitor that use and bill separately for that. What are the additional lighting needs? What are the looking at the picture that is here? What are the impacts that are needed to the kind of stormwater planters there to kind of make that more safe and comfortable? Some of the other kind of lighting enhancements, baller removal. I think there's probably a lot of folks that are familiar with some of the damages and the kind of constraints and existing conditions associated with the bollards, and you can kind of see the number of those. And so the city has at Main Street started to remove those in locations where they've been having impacts with vehicles. And so the baseline cost improvements capture those sort of existing infrastructure needs to really elevate and kind of bring Parkland up to sort of that special event baseline.
Sure, and I think
helps.
perhaps, Councilmember Nixon, because of the ephemeral nature of the content provided for the evenings option, we could probably extrapolate from that based on a short-term festival, 1 or 2 day festival as well, I think.
That would be great, because I, for one, would like to see that be an assumption that if we chose the existing option, that work would be done.
Thank you.
Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Diana, Victoria, Ellie, Nathan, everyone that's worked on this project. This has been a really good, worthwhile study. I get very excited when I see those visuals and the things that we can do to activate the space. And I truly believe in creating spaces in this community where we put people first, where we have pedestrian plazas, walking streets, bike lanes, parks, open spaces, spaces that benefit everyone. I really needed and I really appreciate the case study analysis at the end when you outlined what other cities have done and what the cost in both infrastructure, resources, and staffing. I think that was super helpful. What was really clear for me from those case studies is that to do this well, it requires significant staffing, money, and support. Support from the community, support from the business community, support from organizations such as the chambers and downtown associations. We received an email today with an example from Monterey that said to do it well, it was $12 million over 3 years, and the biggest champion was the Business Association to move this forward. So as we've gone through this, and this is why this study was so important, the cost is sobering. Going from $1.5 million to $3.5 million, 2 FTE to 4 FTEs, plus annual costs of $25,000 to $250,000 is significant. And that's not even talking about the extra waste management and so forth. Having just gone through the CIP presentation, I have to go back to where can we spend that $3 million to $4 million in a better place? We have so many programs. We have our active transportation plan. The Stores to Shores Green Line, or Greenway, will be $1.3 million investment. The $3.5 million we would take for this project, we could do 2 additional greenways. Projects outlined in the PROS plan, Safer Route to Schools plan, Human Service Funding and an additional homeless coordinator, the CKC Master Plan, the Future Transportation Plan, and my passion, affordable housing. So I believe that doing this study was the right thing to do, and we needed to understand what it would take to make this successful. I feel like that we have that information now. I feel like we don't need to wait for the parking study. I feel like we don't have the resources, time, staff, and money to do this well, and I think we should end this discussion on closing Park Lane. That is really, no.
Please don't. Please don't.
No. This has been a very difficult conversation. It's divided our community. I want to close Park Lane. I think it would be a fabulous project, but economically, it's not the right thing to do, and it's not the right time to do it. What I would like to do And I truly believe that creating a city that's livable, walkable, sustainable, and accessible is a priority, and it's my personal priority. What we need to do is take a step back, look at our comp plan, our transportation plan, and that's where we have this conversation. We look at it holistically from Marina Park, Park Lane, downtown core, Peter Kirk, Kirkland Urban, and the station area plan, and we look at our big picture vision. The feasibility study, the parking study, the curb management studies have all been useful tools. This has been a valuable investment in thinking about this and looking at our larger vision. I am going to hope with my council's support, I'm going to make a motion during our business meeting that we move no further on this study and we no longer consider closing Park Lane. Thank you.
Councilmember Black.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Curtis. I really appreciate your remarks. Like Councilmember Curtis, I want to thank everyone who worked hard on this, including, I don't think Deputy City Manager Lopez got mentioned, but Jim, thank you always for your hard work, especially that work with interfacing and help joining us in all of our communications with the public. Really appreciate that. The members of our Transportation Commission who looked at this, the members of our Planning Commission who looked at this. In helping us sort of research this project, and again, for joining us in those communications with the public. I think the consultant's report has been extremely helpful. And, you know, I made remarks from this exact seat that were somewhat skeptical of the expenditure, but it's actually been really worthwhile to analyze this issue. It's helped to resolve this battle of anecdotes that has sort of characterized this discussion debate for so many years, long before some of us were on the council. This is a topic that has come up many, many times. And, you know, we hear from folks who can never find parking on Park Lane. We hear from people who have never had any trouble finding any parking. We hear from folks who think pedestrianization will hurt business, and we hear from people who think pedestrianization is going to help business. And that's sort of the battle of anecdotes. And there's not much a good decision maker, a government decision maker can do with competing anecdotes. And so that's why this work has been so important. The financial forecast from the consultant's report has shown with specificity that we've just seen, the dedication of staff time, the dedication of financial resources that are necessary to make this pedestrianization project successful, and that's super important. If we're going to do it, let's do it the Kirkland way. And the Kirkland way is to make sure that we put the resources behind doing it extremely well. And it's also sort of highlighted the opportunity costs associated with this project versus all the other really important pedestrianization and bicycle infrastructure projects that we can envision from our active transportation plan and our safer routes to school, to just name a couple. And I really think what's really helped me this month was the inclusion of the case studies that were included in this report. And when you take those together, it becomes very clear what the early indicators are of success for a project like this. What are the specific factors that need to be in place at the outset for a pedestrianization project like this to be successful? And Councilmember Curtis did a good job of summarizing that. And also, I agree with her that those indicators just are not here today at this time. Pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure remains important to me, and it remains important to many, many Kirkland residents. But by freeing up these resources that would otherwise be dedicated to this project, we have an opportunity to open up other opportunities for pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure, and ones that I honestly believe will get more bang for our buck. So I'll be excited to have the further discussion during our regular meeting, and look forward to Councilmember Curtis's motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal. Okay, Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I just want to echo the thank you to staff, consultants, members of the public. It's been a very engaged discussion, to say the least, on Park Lane over the past few years. So thank you to everyone who's given their time and their energy to give their input on this. I agree that this was a worthwhile study. We got a lot of great information. We answered a lot of questions that we didn't have answers to months ago, and so thank you to the consultants so much for that. I have said many, many times before in these conversations that we need to look at the vision of the downtown core holistically. It was mentioned by some of my colleagues, the same sentiment. It's been a while since, as a community, we've looked at our vision and what the entire community wants for the future of our downtown core. The Park Lane is one piece of the entire vision that was articulated by our community many years ago, before I was a Kirkland resident. And so Kirkland's changed since then, right? And so I agree with the suggestion by some of my colleagues to revisit this as a holistic vision of what the community now wants for the future of our downtown core. It's really important that we fit these pieces together and that we're really thoughtful about that. It was mentioned perhaps as part of our comp plan updates. That's coming up really soon, so I would love to hear what that might look like. I don't want us to forget about this just because we're not potentially, depending on what happens with the motion later this evening, potentially not looking at this short term. I don't want us to forget about looking at how to make our downtown even more thriving, and not just this year, next year, but looking again, as our comp plan does, at 10, 20 years out. What's the long-term vision? I've been, as one of my fellow council members mentioned, this has been pretty divisive, and I've been pretty disappointed by some of the divisiveness of some of the input that we've received. So I think this is a good time to pause, take a step back, and bring the community along and really engage the entire community on what we want for the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So again, appreciate all the input. I started off this effort really hoping this process would find a potential path forward. But I don't want to repeat what my colleagues have said. I do just want to acknowledge that folks have raised very legitimate issues on both sides of the issue. And there are, many details that, really have to think about with any type of closure of Park Lane. But it really came down to two fundamental issues for me that I weighed heavily on. One was just the role of local government. When I was out and about, I often asked people that weren't maybe closely tied to Park Lane what they thought of the issue. And what they would often express to me is, it's a no-brainer. You should close Park Lane. But then when I would tell them that, what would your opinion change if no businesses or property owners if you knew no businesses or property owners along Park Lane supported that idea? And they'd say, then you can't close it. And, I think as a local government, we really need to be thinking about, obviously, the broader community and the public, but also those that have the financial stake in a decision like this, and that are ultimately vital for its long-term success. And this isn't a situation where I was thinking, oh, we're going to build consensus and everyone's going to agree. I knew that there's going to be different opinions on this. I was just looking for even a minority of support, and that's not what we got from the business community at all. And so therefore, I really believe that government must balance the interests of community and the businesses and the business interests and look for that right balance. In this case, we haven't found that yet. The second main issue was really around the costs, and my big thing that I've been really focused on for the last few years is trying to find a sustainable source of funding just to maintain our streets and our pavement. We still haven't cracked that nut. Our streets and our pavement are continuing to decline, and until we address that, it's really hard to put more maintenance dollars and more maintenance staff that are dedicated to something like this when we have streets that are falling apart. So those are kind of my two things. Now, I do want to talk to those that will be very disappointed with where the direction we're having today. This doesn't change my opinion about modal priorities across the city. I firmly believe that we must continue to invest in making our facilities safer for walkers, bikers, and transit riders. But this is just a conversation that I think needs to end tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
One of the things that's really interesting about this job is that we can't talk amongst ourselves on a lot of these issues. And while a lot of times you might make predictions on where things might end up, some days you're surprised. Tonight's one of the days that surprises me. We've heard a lot about Park Lane from both sides that have been framing this as a yes-no issue. And I keep going back to what we did during the pandemic, where we had a rough consensus around eatings of Park Lane that worked for everybody. That's the kind of consensus we need to get to when we are looking at these changes. I agree with what my colleagues have said and a lot of the interesting insights that came out of this report. One of them, through the case studies, talked about the importance of community partnerships and business partnerships because programming is critical for any of this happening. And programming is not something the city can do alone. This is something that we need that community involvement and we need that business partnership. In fact, some of the examples in there, you had local improvement districts where businesses were voluntarily contributing because they could see the benefit. We're clearly not there with Park Lane, but we've learned that that's a prerequisite to success. There's other things that are prerequisites to success that we need to figure out. This is about connecting our waterfront to Kirkland Urban. What do we do on Park Lane from Main to 3rd? We haven't talked about that. Councilmember Black mentions the battle over anecdotes. We're going to get some great parking data come the first of the year about saying, how often do those spaces on Park Lane turn over? How often today are people actually walking from the garage or the Lake and Central lot or other street parking because those time-limited free spots, how often are they filled? We don't know. We're going to find out. So there's a couple of things that I'd like to get before we put a bow on this, but I think part of this discussion during a business meeting will be how that happens, possibly, as Councilmember Falcone has talked about, through the comprehensive plan or elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to save my comments for the motion in the main meeting, but I do want to reinforce Councilmember Nixon's baseline requirement. I believe that is something that we have failed to do, and by failing to do that, we really haven't built the faith or built the relationship with the people who populate that street. So with that, I'm going to declare this study session closed, and we will be back for a regular meeting at 7:30.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're live, Mayor.
Right. We are trying to make the equipment work. Okay, we are back in session following a study session where we talked about our capital improvement program and finished with a discussion on the future of Park Lane. As a result of that discussion, we are going to accept a motion at this time. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to amend the agenda to add a new item relating to the future of Park Lane and to suspend the rules to allow this item to be considered at the beginning of tonight's agenda.
Second?
It's been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Black, to suspend the rules and amend the agenda to include an item relating to the future of Park Lane. Question is on the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will now make my motion. I move that Park Lane shall retain its current status and not be subject to permanent or partial closure to vehicular traffic and parking except for during permitted events, and further direct the city manager to cease work on a permanent or partial closures of Park Lane.
Second?
It's been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Black. Any discussion?
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make some comments. Hi, everybody. This motion is difficult for me personally, as I believe in an inspiring vision of Park Lane without cars that is articulated in the materials we have received and the examples of successful closures from around the country. I want to thank our consultants for their excellent report. I particularly want to thank Victoria, our outstanding transportation planner, for her tireless efforts that brought us the information we needed to make this decision. And I believe that tonight we have enough information to make this decision. The vision of Park Lane was intended to bring the community together. A closed Park Lane cannot be successful if it is instead dividing our businesses and our residents. This is the case today. Rather than focus only on Park Lane, we should use the next few years as we update our transportation master plan and our comprehensive plan to come together around a shared vision for all of downtown that is green, livable, walkable, and thriving. We should update our decades-old downtown action plan to create a signature connection from Lake Washington waterfront to Kirkland urban. That will take time. That's the process we will do through our comprehensive plan. More practically, the report we were presented today that shows closing Park Lane to vehicles requires millions of dollars in capital and operating expenses to be successful. As much as we would like to make that vision a reality, we would all struggle to prioritize Park Lane over needed investments in city sidewalks, bike lane, parks, street maintenance, and affordable housing. For these reasons, I hope the council will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will support this motion, but there are a couple of comments I'd like to make. First, everyone involved, both the advocates for keeping Park Lane open and the advocates for closing it in some way, need to understand that this is not a final, unchangeable decision for all time by the council. It is a deferral of consideration of changes at Park Lane to be considered as part of the larger visioning for downtown, as Councilmember Curtis said. And so I just want to emphasize that it's critical that everyone remain engaged. The comprehensive plan work is ongoing today, and people need to kind of change tactics from what has been with petitions and emails and those kind of things to being engaged in the comprehensive planning process. And not just for Park Lane, not just for this downtown pedestrian vision, but for the good of the entire city. And so please don't relax in any way, just change the venue of where the discussion is happening, but have it be this larger discussion. The other point that I want to raise is one I raised during the study session, is that I really feel, as chair of your Tourism Development Committee, that we need to fix Park Lane today. It won't happen today. This is the kind of thing that takes planning and budgeting. You know, I think that getting the electrical outlets and the water and all those other things that were on that slide is something that we'll probably have to budget for in the 25-26 budget. But if it's going to get into that, that means that we really kind of have to have the cost estimates and all of that done by the middle of 2024 at the latest. And so I'm not going to ask to amend the motion. Maybe I can just get a head nod from the city manager. Is this something that you think we can put in the work that's ongoing for the CIP for 2025 and beyond, so that we can get that in the budget, so that we can really activate Park Lane as a festival street the way it was originally intended?
Yeah, I think the mechanism to have that conversation is when the staff brings back the mid-by CIP update, which will come to the council in early November. And at that point, there's a chance to provide direction for the full update, which starts in 2024, as well as make any decisions on the budget. But I think until you have that full conversation, you won't be able to see what the trade-offs would be. But I would say November would be the time to start that conversation.
And do you think you need a separate motion from the council saying, please go do that?
I don't believe so. I believe that the information we received from the baseline assessment is sufficient to bring to that conversation and to give the council a chance to start that conversation, decide if you want to go further.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you for your comments, Councilmember Nixon. I have a similar question of something that I want to ensure is part of this decision, and just looking for input as to whether that needs to be a formal amendment to the motion or not. I've heard several of my council members, including myself, mention how we want to look holistically at the downtown plan, the downtown action plan. And so I would like us to further direct staff to develop options to update the downtown action plan with a robust community engagement, envisioning the future of the downtown area. Is that something that you've gotten enough head nods and comments from council tonight, or do we need to do a formal motion to amend the motion? We've talked about updating it with the, transportation master plan and the comp plan updates. Is that sufficient direction?
Sorry, I think that's sufficient. I guess my question would be whether that can be appended to the motion, or would need to be a separate motion as a separate topic, or do we think we can?
I think I'd rather see it as a separate topic.
Okay.
I agree.
So you just need to have one, but yes, what you articulated, I think, would be sufficient. I think it just needs to be its own motion.
Okay. I
Council,
need to make a motion to add that to.
can you wait till we do this message? Okay. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I don't want to reiterate things I said during the study session, but there are folks who watch our regular meetings who don't necessarily watch our study sessions. But I'll refer most folks watching this to the remarks I made there. I just want to explain a little bit my second for this motion by Councilmember Curtis. It really, there were two things that really in this latest iteration, this latest debate, discussion, this latest research, the latest report that really that ended up meaning a lot to me, and that was one, the financial resources that myself and my fellow council members have talked about, the financial resources to really make this project successful the way that Kirkland is used to doing things. And the opportunity costs associated with that. It's not just the money, but it's also the time, the staff time, and there are pedestrianization, multimodal transportation, bicycle safety, pedestrian safety remain priorities for me and for a lot of Kirkland residents. And through some of the processes that we've been talking about, some more, some of the, more comprehensive looks at different projects, I think there's some real opportunities for us to continue to further multimodal transportation, pedestrianization, bicycle safety throughout the city of Kirkland. So I'm going to, obviously, because of my second, I'm going to be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A question for the city manager. One of the projects is ongoing is this parking study, and I wanted to make sure that the way that this motion is phrased, that we'd still be gathering that data of parking downtown, and what would be the mechanism to receive that information if this motion were to pass?
So thank you for that question. So those are two entirely separate projects. We just felt that since Park Lane was one of the areas being evaluated, it would be helpful to have that information, but it's not linked to this decision at all, and would continue, and we'd bring back a report, because it's all of downtown, including marina parking lot, the waterfront parks along, Lake and Central Lot and so forth. So you'd still get that report regardless.
Okay, very good. And then just to sum up my comments from the study session, at one point we had a consensus on Park Lane. During the pandemic, we did evenings in Park Lane that had support of merchants, it had support of restaurants, it had support of galleries, it had support of the public that liked that experience. We want to get to that point again. It's going to take some work and some visioning and really broadening the question, not just from Park Lane from Lake to Main, but Park Lane from Lake to 3rd and connecting all the way from the waterfront to Kirkland Urban. Much more things need to happen in the future, but we certainly aren't ready to make a decision on closing that now. I think this is going to be one that's best suited for the comprehensive plan, and I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, in closing, I just want to make a statement. As a retail business owner in downtown Kirkland for almost 40 years, I am intimately well-versed in the issues that have been expressed by the business owners, or by the property owners and the businesses on Park Lane. While I love the concept of more walkability downtown, and I was a part of the downtown action team, God, oh, so many years ago, I think it only makes sense for us to come back with that broader evaluation of what it is we can do to activate downtown. This is a project that I never could have supported with the continued opposition by the business owners that I have worked with intimately for almost 40 years, and the property owners not in support of it. It certainly wouldn't be successful. So I'm going to support the amendment or the motion that you're going to make in terms of coming back and figuring out some way for us to look more broadly, particularly since we'll be doing the scramble next year. We need to have all of these things in line. With that, I'm going to say the question is on the motion for Park Lane to retain its current status and not be subject to permanent or partial closure to vehicular traffic and parking except for during permitted events, and further direct the city manager to cease work on permanent or partial closure options. That motion was made by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Black. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do not have a prepared amendment, so this is a little bit on the fly, so bear with me here. This is a motion, sorry, not an amendment, a motion to ask staff to develop options to update the downtown action plan with a robust community engagement in order to create a vision for the future of the downtown Kirkland area.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis, to direct staff to come up with a program to update the downtown action plan, as was just described by Councilmember Falcone. All those, or any further discussion? Question is on the motion made by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. That takes us back to our regular agenda, where we are at honors and proclamations. The first proclamation we have this evening is the National Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation, which Deputy Mayor Arnold is going to help me with.
So, Madam Mayor, maybe just, so we have quite a few people here for that one. They're out in the lobby. May I suggest we maybe do the CERT and then we can
That's
have some
great.
folks move out, and then we can have another
We need
move
another
in.
motion to amend the, can we just do that by consensus?
I think you just say without objection, can we
Okay,
move
without
the-
objection, can we move the
cert to the
recognition up, please? Sorry, Heather.
Very interesting stuff. Always like listening. Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Mayor Sweet, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and council members. It is my pleasure once again to bring to you another graduating CERT class. This is CERT 32 of our students here. And this class really demonstrated the mindset of preparedness that crosses all of our very diverse cultures and community groups within the Kirkland neighborhoods. They brought their individual strengths to create a team, and that team made sure that everyone had a role, had a part, and was successful in the course and the program together. As you know, they learned about disaster preparedness and first aid and search and rescue and their favorite fire suppression, putting out the flames. That's always a good one. And then they applied all those skills in a disaster drill where we were able to use the fire department training grounds. We brought in a few select injured survivors and a few annoying pets that they won't soon forget. This delivery was actually a joint effort between some of our previous CERT students that came back as facilitators, as well as our paid staff that make this work. And we are very thankful for all of that effort, for them paying forward their CERT experience to these new grads. And we look forward to furthering that process and engaging our students as leaders and facilitators and teachers throughout this program as we move forward. I can't thank all of you enough for your support and your time and all of the efforts that you make to the CERT program. It really does matter. We met with our peers earlier last week, and when we talked about CERT programs throughout the community, we definitely are ahead of the curve. So thank you all for that. It is through your support that we do that. Representing the class tonight are 7 of our 15 participants. I'd like to read their names and their neighborhoods and invite them to come forward, and at the end we'll do a group picture with all of you to honor and respect them. So as I call your names, feel free to stand in front. We have Alice and Nick Atala from the Houghton neighborhood. Suzanne Frint from our Market neighborhood. Aaron Jacobson from Lakeview. Tasman Ray Hamoni from Evergreen Hill. Steve Strand from Finn Hill. And in this class, we had a trend that we're loving. We have 2 Parks and Community Service employees that gave up their personal time to come be trained. So we have Amanda Judd and Roxy Reyes. So thank you, graduates, for participating and being here, and thank you, council, for recognizing them and taking time to support them. Carly will grab a quick picture of all of you.
Can we get them
Have
to
you
come
guys-
over here underneath the...
Over here under the
underneath
emblem?
seal?
Centered under the seal, yeah.
Right. Right in front of my Snickers bars. Excellent. All right, thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, and now we will start with our National Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation. Could you all join us up here? And the Deputy Mayor is going to read this proclamation.
Welcome. Thank you.
Surround us.
Okay, here it comes.
Okay.
Welcome.
Come on down. Okay, as I read this proclamation, throughout the proclamation, it mentions the Hispanic, Latino, Latina. Sorry, it says it mentions the Hispanic, Latino, Latina, Latinx, Latine throughout to make sure that everybody is represented. As I read this, even though throughout the proclamation it lists it each time, I'm just going to say all of those terms the first time. Thank you. A proclamation of the City of Kirkland proclaiming September 15th through October 15th, 2023 as National Hispanic Heritage Month in the city of Kirkland. Whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month celebrates the histories, cultures, contributions, and influence on American society of whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And whereas the observation started in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week as a push to recognize the contributions of Hispanic, Latino, Latina, Latinx, Latine community had gained momentum throughout the 60s when the civil rights movement was at its peak and there was growing awareness of the United States' multicultural identities. And whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month commemorates the anniversaries of the independence for the Latin American countries of Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, all of which celebrate independence on September 15th, while also aligning with Independence Days of Mexico and Chile, which celebrate their independence on September 16th and September 18th, respectively. And whereas, according to the United States Census population's estimates for 2022, Hispanic and Latino community members represent an estimated 7.5% of the population in Kirkland. And whereas, although the Hispanic Latino population makes up close to 19% of the U.S. population, they only account for about 2% of the country's elected and appointed officials. And whereas the city is working to amplify the voices of our Hispanic Latino population and increase civic engagement among our Hispanic Latino community members and encourage their involvement on local boards, commissions, elected bodies, through objectives defined in the city's diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging roadmap. And whereas in February of 2017, the Kirkland City Council approved Resolution 5240, declaring Kirkland a safe, inclusive, and welcoming community for all people, and directing the city manager to engage the community to determine ways for Kirkland to be more safe, inclusive, and welcoming. And whereas in August of 2020, the Kirkland City Council approved Resolution 5434, committing to actions to examine and dismantle institutional and structural racism in Kirkland. And whereas in July of 2022, the Kirkland City Council adopted a Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging 5-year roadmap, which identifies several actions that can help increase civic participation among Hispanic Latino communities. And whereas celebrating National Hispanic Heritage Month helps to ensure that diversity inclusion remains a priority and that we continue to welcome diversity in its many forms and embrace opportunities to showcase diversity in our city. And whereas to learn more about Hispanic Heritage Month events, visit the King County website, the Centro Cultural Mexicano in Redmond, and the King County Library System's website or branch libraries. So therefore, Mayor Penny Sweet, on behalf of the Kirkland City Council, does hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th as National Hispanic Heritage Month and encourages the Kirkland community to join us as we celebrate the important contributions made by Hispanic Latino Americans, immigrants from Latin America, and the Latino community, and recognize and embrace the impact that Hispanic culture has had on our lives and our community. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Anderson. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. We are representing the Brazilian community in Kirkland. We are so happy to have our Latino heritage celebrate and recognize it. We left our country with difficult challenges, and now we are grateful for this country to receive us with great opportunities. Also, I would like to thank people from the church and the community who are here.
I'm going to speak in Portuguese. Obrigada, senhora prefeita e Câmara Municipal. Estamos aqui representando a nossa comunidade brasileira em Kirkland. Estamos muito felizes por nossa herança latina ser celebrada e reconhecida. Deixamos o nosso país com desafios difíceis e agora somos gratos por este país nos receber com grandes oportunidades. Também gostaria de agradecer a todos da igreja que estão aqui. Muito obrigada.
Quick photo. Would you like to hold the proclamation in the center? Okay. Thank you for coming. Two? Okay.
Very cute.
Did you turn that off?
Perfect timing.
All right, is this, yeah. All right, well, thank you, everyone. I'm going to be reading a joint proclamation of the cities of Kirkland, Bellevue, Issaquah, Redmond, and Sammamish. Whereas the East Side cities of Bellevue, Issaquah, Kirkland, Redmond, and Sammamish have jointly celebrated East Side Welcoming Week for the past 7 years, and whereas these cities recognize the importance of ensuring that all residents feel safe, secure, and welcome, and whereas East King County is one of the most racially and ethnically diverse regions in Washington State, with over 35% of our residents coming from places outside of the United States, and 38% of residents speaking a language other than English at home. And whereas in our highly mobile region, nearly 1 in 5 residents has lived in their current residence for less than 1 year. And whereas realizing our vision for a welcoming community requires actively addressing the lived experiences of those in our community who do not feel welcome, safe, valued, or included. And whereas historic and current impacts of individual, institutional, and systemic racism that results in harmful disparities in education, employment, income, housing, criminal justice, and quality of life, as well as sense of belonging. And whereas our community, like others across the nation, has structures, systems, and policies that contribute to injustice, racial inequality, and discriminatory treatment against residents who are born in other countries, are Black, Indigenous, other people of color, including those who hold intersectional identities, LGBTQIA+, faith-based cultures, people with visible and invisible disabilities, and more. And whereas to capitalize on diversity as an asset, our community must strive to create a culture and environment that ensures everyone can belong and thrive. Now, therefore, the mayors of Bellevue, Issaquah, Kirkland, Redmond, and Sammamish jointly proclaim September 8th through the 17th, 2023 as East Side Welcoming Week, and invite the community to engage in opportunities during East Side Welcoming Week and beyond to learn, connect across differences, and take joint action to achieve a welcoming, equitable, and inclusive community.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. The Brazilian Community Service Organization has been serving our Brazilian immigrant community more than 3 years. This proclamation and recognition of our work is a huge milestone for us. So we are greatly appreciative of what you are doing at this moment for the whole community. This is just a subset, as you can see. The work the City of Kirkland and the East Side region is doing to celebrate our immigrant community is so appreciative. The Brazilian community at this moment feels very welcomed, and we feel this sense of belonging, and we feel like we're going to continue this journey. So thank you.
Obrigado, senhora prefeita, à Câmara Municipal, nossos agradecimentos. Ficamos honrados, alegres em estar sob a proclamação. E a Organização de Serviço Comunitário Brasileiro já atende a nossa comunidade de imigrantes brasileiros há 3 anos e meio. Esta programação é um reconhecimento ao nosso trabalho, é muito valioso para nós. O trabalho que a cidade de Kirkland e a região de East Side, do lado leste, está fazendo para celebrar a nossa comunidade imigrante. significa muito para um povo que, além de alegres, nós somos honestos, muito trabalhador e empreendedores para o futuro da cidade. A comunidade brasileira se sente acolhida mais que antes. E é como se pertencermos de fato à cidade de Kirkland. Nós somos gratos e agradecemos muito. Muito obrigado.
All right, thank you all for being here this evening. Well done. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
If he mentions politics this time, I recommend warning.
Okay, we are at a communications portion of our agenda today. This is a time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters which are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, of which there are none scheduled this evening. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, as the council will receive up to 3 comments each on both sides of each issue. If you are present either in person or virtually and would like to address the council during this items from the audience period, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or in person using the posted QR code. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Community members will be called in the order in which they signed up. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting, and we ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please not clap or applaud after a speaker or express your disagreement with a speaker. We want everyone in Kirkland to feel welcome expressing their viewpoints regardless of content. Because they can be disruptive, signs and placards are not allowed in the council chambers during our meetings, regardless of their content. City Clerk.
Mayor, there are 8 people signed up to speak this evening in the council chamber, and the first 3 are Jonathan Hoyer, Joan McBride, and Gemma Aronchik.
Super. Jonathan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Jonathan Hewer. I'm the president of Kirkland Parks and Community Foundation, and I am here to speak in support of a matter that the council is considering later in the meeting, the purchase of the Fisk property on 6th Street. I'm really excited about the possibility of this purchase. I'm kind of passionate about the cross-Kirkland corridor that the property is adjacent to. I co-founded an event that ran along the corridor for 3 years called Crossing Kirkland, and I think it's an amazing property and a great piece of the potential public lands for the city. The CKC master plan, which I revisited in preparation for these remarks, talks about a few things that I think you should consider when you're considering this purchase. One of the goals of the CKC master plan is to foster a greener Kirkland. And this is a gorgeous property. It has a lot of natural characteristics that I think are worth preserving. It's part of an expanding commercial corridor, the Houghton area, and preserving this bit of green with a daylit stream in the middle of it would be an amazing resource for the people of Kirkland to retain. The CKC master plan also mentions the possible acquisition of this particular piece of property. So the groundwork's been laid. All you guys have to do is push it across the end zone. The entire Kirkland Parks and Community Foundation board supports this effort, and I'm here speaking on their behalf. The board has committed to contributing $20,000 towards the purchase, and there's a private donor who's already come forward with a commitment to contribute $25,000 additionally towards the purchase of this. We, as an organization, are going to be working hand in hand with the city and King County towards amassing the funds for this purchase. And for all the community members who are listening tonight, we encourage you to participate. You can reach out to us at hello@kpcf.org. That's HELLO@kpcf.org to say hi and be part of this amazing opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Joan McBride, followed by Gemma Aronchik and Bill Finkbeiner.
Welcome, Mayor McBride.
Hello. Gosh, it's good to see you all. Before I begin my comments that kind of follow along with Jonathan's, I first want to say thank you to the council. You are doing such a wonderful job. And I want you to know that my family is just so happy with some of the things that you've done, especially through COVID, the wonderful work you're doing on transportation, keeping us green and verdant, your welcoming stance with all Kirkland citizens, making sure that everyone knows they are essential is so, so important to my family. So I just want to say on behalf of them how grateful my family is to each and every one of you and to this amazing staff that you have that carries out your wishes so well. But that's not exactly why I'm here. So I'm here to ask you to support Resolution 5601 to approve the funding for the wonderful plot of land on 6th Street South that abuts the CKC. It is a small parcel, but it is a mighty parcel. With an all-season daylighted stream, beautiful trees, and that little red shack that has been a source of mystery and delight for decades, we now have an opportunity to enhance the CKC and also the streetscape of 6th Street South. So my two messages that I wanted to share with you tonight is, first, I have pledged to the Kirkland Parks and Community Foundation to support them in raising funds to help repay the interfund loan, and I am ready to get started right today. Secondly, in my time in Kirkland goes back many years. I started in government here. I want to sound tired and old here when I say this. When Terry Ellis was a city manager. And what I wanted to share with you, that Kirkland has never, ever purchased a piece of land for parks, for trails, for open space, whether it is a big parcel or a small parcel. Our city has never, ever regretted it. This is a wonderful opportunity. It's a small but important piece, and I know that everyone will be happy once it is in the city's hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Gemma Aronchik, followed by Bill Finkbeiner and Rex Rempel.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Sweet, city leaders. My name is Gemma Aronchik, and I wanted to introduce myself as the new executive director at the Kirkland Parks and Community Foundation. I'm here tonight with very brief remarks, along with a number of my very distinguished board members, to say how much I look forward to working with the city in this new role with Kirkland Parks and Community Foundation. As a longtime resident of Kirkland, a mother of 3 middle schoolers in Lake Washington School District, and now in this executive director role, I know that there is a lot of important community work we have that we can do together to make Kirkland the best city it can be. So I look forward to working alongside you all, our city leaders, to help serve Kirkland and all our neighbors. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Jenna.
The next speaker is Bill Finkbeiner, followed by Rex Rempel and Ken McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Bill Finkbeiner. I'm a 50-year resident of Kirkland, and every time I come to one of these meetings, I'm just more proud of Kirkland and this city and what you're doing here and leading it. I'm also on the board of the East Rail Partners. The East Rail Partners is an organization that was started in 2019 with leadership from Kirkland to help really coordinate and catalyze and unify the ambitious 42-mile East Rail trail. And so as that organization, East Rail Partners is very much in support of this property acquisition and the continuance of the Cross Kirkland Corridor Master Plan. We strongly support, again, the acquisition of the Fisk property. And we believe that as part of the larger 42-mile East Rail corridor, it's really integral to the future of the East Side as this region continues to grow and develop, and that these types of access points are going to become even more crucial as the East Rail develops and grows. So we just want to add our name to the chorus of folks supporting this, and thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you, Bill.
The next speaker is Rex Rempel, followed by Ken McKenzie and Alex Zimmerman.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you. There's been a lot of energy and passion brought forward by our business owners and residents, a lot of time and effort spent by our city staff, and energy brought towards our city leaders around the Park Lane decision. And I want to recognize that there will be some of us who are very pleased with the decision made at this time and some who are very disappointed. But regardless of that, I just want to remind all of us that we've had a lot of energy over these 2 to 3 acres in the center of the city, in the midst of a city that's nearly 17.8 square miles. And there are some of us who shop and recreate in that area of downtown. There are a few of us who work there and none of us who live there. But really, we are doing our living and breathing and dying in areas like Kingsgate and Finn Hill. That's where we live and pray and play and study and shop and do most of our business of our everyday lives. And so I just hope that all of us bring some of that energy and passion to the well-being of the entirety of our city. As much as I enjoy Peter Kirk Park and Kirkland Urban and downtown and Marina Park and Park Lane and the other areas here in the center of the city, it's not even 1/10% of our city. And so I hope that we bring some of that money and time and energy and passion to the well-being of the entirety of our city and recognize that what happens with Park Lane will be for our benefit, but not for the ruin or salvation of any of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ken McKenzie, followed by Alex Zimmerman and Jesse Walder.
Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. So thank you for allowing me to be here. So after the study session out in the lobby, I detected a certain level of enthusiasm and appreciation among a group of people that were very interested in keeping Park Lane open. And so thank you. I think there's a lot of people that feel like this is a good step forward. And looking forward, I personally am really encouraged by the interest in taking this holistic view of what should happen in downtown Kirkland and how it fits in with all the activities and the changing activities that are going on. At the same time, over the years, I've had a fair number of people express concern, discouragement, maybe even some cynicism about the way Kirkland goes about developing these kinds of plans. And I'm working really hard to keep them on board. The idea that seemed to come across is, as we move forward and we think about creating a new plan, let's be really open. Let's be open about the scope. Let's have a conversation about the scope. Let's have a conversation about the goals and the implementation options. So as you work through this, different things come up, different ideas, and it'd be really great to have the conversation about all of this stuff. And a data-driven decision process so that we narrow it down to the decision that we have consensus about, as opposed to, as some of my friends said, there's a tendency sometimes to have the decision made and then push the process in that direction. And I'd like to turn that around and be really open about this so that when we get done, everybody says, hey, we did the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Alex Zimmerman, followed by Jesse Walder.
Welcome, Mr. Zimmerman.
Thank you. Sie Heil. Dem Nazi-Fascist, a mafiosi in bandita who support Iranian, Muslim, and Russian. It's exactly what as I speak right now. It's a very interesting situation what as we have right now. We have a war right now with Iranian, Muslim, and Russian, and Democrat mafia supports this. Yeah. This situation absolutely idiotic. It's not idiotic, it's dangerous. Because when you support us enemy, you know what it means? You're supposed to be a criminal. And around all this planet, you know what it means when somebody country have a war and somebody supports this. In America have this before. Yeah. 2, you're supposed to be going in jail or execute. But right now, legally in Seattle, in King Country, we can support us enemy with who you have war, and probably we'll move to number 3 right now. We probably are not. No, maybe in my life, you know what it means, what is happening in Seattle, King Country. Maybe this vaporize like a Jewish state vaporize with 8 million Jew. You know what it means, what is Iranian Muslim one doing this. You know what it means, and Russian support them about this. Yeah, exactly. So situation so strange to me. And that's exactly what is I want to show you, because my word don't have only blah, blah. You know what it means? Everybody in media lie right now. This article what has come from Seattle Times, who support Iranian Muslim. Guys, you understand about what we are talking right now? Official government in Seattle and King County support Iranian Muslim. Seattle Times is the biggest newspaper in America. When they have article for support Iranian Muslim, situation absolutely come to absurd. And for my understanding, you know what it means, and I'm very educated man, 80,000 book in my life. I never see somebody officially, you know what it means, can support enemy. Guys, what are you talking about? So I speak right now to everybody who listen to me, and exactly to this happy cow who support Democrat. You understand about you talking? Why are you so happy? With $6 gas, with double for rent and housing, for triple for food and crime? Why you support Democrat? Can you explain to me? Are you all freaking idiota? For last 20 years, they make us life miserable. So I speak right now to everybody. They are bandito. They are criminals. They don't like America. They don't like American. This article in Seattle Times from August 13 is exactly show. So I am right. So I need to right now.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman.
This it?
Time is up.
Thank you very much.
On behalf of council, I simply want to say that I am sorry, we are sorry if any of the comments we just listened to are offensive to anyone.
The last speaker signed up is Jesse Walder.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, council members. First and foremost, we just really wanted to thank everyone here for putting Park Lane to a vote. We just, on behalf of all the businesses, we're really appreciative and we feel heard. And so that's really important to all of us. And, you know, I know there was a lot of emails and, you know, the study session and Zoom calls. And again, we're very appreciative and thank you so much. So just kind of going forward, you know, we talk about the parking study, just something to consider. It's hard to quantify how many people we lose to Bellevue or Totem Lake, places that have bountiful parking. So, you know, I just think sometimes we have to take these studies with a grain of salt. And then a lot of people mentioned today that this vision for this corridor kind of preceded you. And I think a lot of us are left asking, well, whose vision is it? And as much as some people are tied to it, I do hope that we can get further engagement from the community and the businesses because things evolve and change. And a lot of us do have a concern with the corridor, and not just from a business standpoint, but a lot of us feel it would be severely underutilized for most of the year. And as somebody mentioned before, even with summers now and with wildfires, a lot of people can't enjoy a corridor even during the summer months. You know, people brought up the divisiveness, and I just want to say that none of us want to live in a divisive world or community. You know, this was kind of put upon us, and it was kind of considered post-COVID. So businesses had already fought hard to survive. And we wanted to continue working and supporting our families and employing people that mean a lot to us. And of course, you know, that's going to spark a lot of emotion. And so it was never to be divisive, but to just kind of fight on behalf of those that work for us and our families. And a lot of the information that was in the survey during COVID or post-COVID, I do not think is really relevant now. A lot of us on Park Lane gave that information based on COVID restrictions. And we don't necessarily feel it should be used going forward because almost all of that information is different now, or responses are different now. And yeah, again, we would love the involvement as we talk more about the development and vitalization of downtown. And again, we just really want to say thank you for engaging with us and having us feel heard. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's the last speaker signed up.
Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to address the council at this time? Seeing none, I will declare this items from the audience period closed. Before we move to the consent calendar motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to give us an audit of the accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $10,012,246.60 and bills in the amount of $11,916,609.08. I would note that this reflects 2 payroll cycles and 2 bill cycles, given our August recess. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Did I see that there is somebody in the audience who does want to address the council?
Mayor, there was an ordinance, so we need to do a roll call vote for the
I'm sorry.
consent calendar.
Can we do that, and then can we ascertain? Jack, did you want to address us? All right, sit down for just 1 second while we do this roll call.
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
And Mayor Sweet?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Staub, you want to address us just briefly?
Thank you all. I'll make this brief. I thought that Sue had signed me up and miscalculations. Anyway, I was here to speak about, of course, the Park Lane issue and representing the senior community as such. And since you've all resolved that issue and put it into a bigger context for the future, I applaud you all for the work you've done here, and I very much appreciate it. I will make one point, that my little piece of focus on this, even though I've been a businessman within this community, managed a disability charity in this community, volunteered in a lot of places in this community, my hearts and focus have always been on those who are marginalized, like seniors and people with disabilities. And when you talk about parking as a study that's coming, that's an area I hope you'll come to the Senior Council and talk to us about that. Because parking is a real issue when you have to use a cane or a walker or a wheelchair to get someplace once you're parked. Or if you have a disability accessible van and you have to park that and lower the ramp to get your wheelchair out. I think you all know that, and you know that the ministry that I managed before, Bridge Disability Ministries, has a recycling program that a few years before COVID recycled donated wheelchairs, walkers, and canes to the tune of $4 million worth of durable medical goods. Most of that came on these East Side communities. There's a lot of people who have those needs, and when we think about parking, we really want to consider how we can accommodate those needs. We have ADA, but sometimes the law doesn't go as big and as broad as the 30% of the people in this community who are labeled as seniors. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jack. Okay, final call. Last call. All right. That takes us to our business agenda. The first item on our business agenda is the Child Care Initiative update and Lake Washington Institute of Technology Early Childhood Center Partnership Opportunity. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. We're excited to explore this opportunity with the Lake Washington Institute of Technology. Looking for council feedback and direction tonight. I'm here to make the presentation as our Human Resources Director, Chuck Deaver, along with our special guest, Dr. Ruby Hayden, who's the Vice President of Student Services for the Lake Washington Institute of Technology.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and members of the City Council. Good evening. I am here this evening to provide you with an update on our Employee Child Care Initiative. I'm actually accompanied by a couple of city employees, Carly Jorger, our Senior Management Analyst, George Dugdale, one of our finance managers, as well as the Vice President of Student Services from Lake Washington Institute of Technology, Dr. Ruby Hayden, behind me. As you all know, the 2023-2024 City Work Program asked employees to review the personnel codes, policies, and programs and practices to ensure that Kirkland is a preferred employer that attracts and retains talented and diverse employees. Back in May of 2023, we provided the City Council with a Child Care Initiative report at the financial retreat, and subsequently, we've come up with two possible options for providing quality, affordable, and accessible childcare to Kirkland employees. First of which, we issued a request for proposals for on or near site childcare services. And secondly, staff have been engaging with Lake Washington Institute of Technology on a potential partnership. So first, I'd like to just very quickly go through the RFP process and the responses that we received. We had posted a request for proposals on June 27th and closed that request for proposals on July 24th. The city received 4 responses. The responses came from Bright Horizons, Learning Care Group, KinderCare, and We Care. And what we assessed from those responses was that we had 3 possible solutions to provide child care to City of Kirkland employees. 1, access to existing network of child care centers throughout the area and within Kirkland. There were also solutions for emergency backup care, as well as a possibility to look at building and retrofitting a dedicated child care center near site to City Hall or the Justice Center. The estimated annual operating costs from all those proposals ranged anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million, with an additional approximate amount of $5 million for capital costs for building or retrofitting a facility. So that is item number 1, where we're seeking where staff is seeking council direction on proceeding with vendor interviews. We have halted any further proceedings with those vendor responses, awaiting council direction on that. So secondly, we have engaged with Lake Washington Institute of Technology for a potential partnership. A little bit about that. The Early Learning Center for LW Tech is an on-campus education center for children of students, employees, and community members. The center has been in operation for nearly 30 years, and care is provided to children 18 months to 6 years of age. We are looking at extended hours to be able to provide childcare services to Kirkland employees from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., and tuition rates would be discounted from the community member pricing, which could potentially be further subsidized by the City of Kirkland. Just a quick note that any new benefits will need to be bargained with Kirkland's represented employees. The first year of cost would be a maximum of $338,000, all said and done, to the city, depending on employee cost share and enrollment. The partnership would allow Lake Washington Institute of Technology to hire 3 new teachers initially, and that would allow us to open up additional room for different age bands. And it would require the city to commit at least 15 spaces to their childcare facility. We believe there is sufficient interest amongst current employees to explore a pilot program. And of course, any unfilled spaces we could use as a recruitment tool, or we can work with LW Tech to give that back to community members who may be on the wait list for spaces. So next up, I'd like to invite Dr. Ruby Hayden up to the podium to provide a quick summary of the LW Tech facility and program.
Welcome, Dr. Hayden. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me here tonight. I do appreciate it. As a 20-year resident of the city of Kirkland, I'm pleased to be here talking with you tonight. I've also worked at Lake Washington Institute of Technology for those 20 years as well. So have some information to share with you, and certainly am open to any questions at the conclusion of our presentation tonight. So our Early Learning Center, as mentioned, we provide care for the students of our college, for our employees at the college, and we are also open to community members. And we serve that age range of 18 months to pre-kindergarten, so approximately 6 years in age. So that's what we're licensed for. We currently have enough space for up to 54 children and their families at any given time. One of the points of pride for our center is that we accept the DSHS subsidy for low-income parents, which is particularly important for our students. We're also one of the only centers in the entire East Side that has no cap on the DSHS subsidy. Most centers cap at 15 to 20% of families being eligible to use that subsidy at their location. And we're also extremely pleased that we're going to have some new buildings coming in fall of 2024, which will allow us to expand capacity dramatically. We'll be able to go up to about 114 spaces for children in the center, which is a huge area of interest for us to expand. So I'll talk a little bit about the history of the program. We opened for childcare in the mid-90s, and originally our purpose was that we served as a lab site for students who were enrolled in our college's early childhood education program. So that meant if they weren't already working in the early childhood industry, they could work at our childcare center and get their lab experience and their practical hands-on experience for their classroom learning. And we expanded beyond that and saw that there was truly a need for our students, employees, and the community. So that is not our sole purpose anymore. It's just one of the benefits that we still offer. If you're familiar with the Early Achievers rating in the state of Washington for childcare, we're currently rated a 3, and that system is currently under review. So we are waiting to be re-rated once the state of Washington revises their rating system. Early Achievers is kind of like a quality assurance and quality control mechanism in the state of Washington for childcare centers. And then the other thing that is important to us is we are not for profit. We're not trying to earn money. We just want to break even on all of our costs so that we can support our wonderful teachers and support the families that they take care of at the Early Learning Center. So in terms of our current costs, this is going into our fall quarter, our students pay a rate for toddlers at just above $1,700 a month. Pre-K is $1,600. For college employees, it's a little bit more, $1,800 and $1,700 respectively, because the college does subsidize for our students and our employees. And then again, because we're nonprofit, for community members, it's $2,100 and $2,000 respectively. And our proposal with City of Kirkland would be to make the price for City of Kirkland employees less than our community rate in acknowledgement of a standing partnership. A little bit about our employees who work in the center. Our director of the center, we're very lucky. She has over 20 years experience working in childcare and has all of her state certifications in early childhood ed, but she also has her bachelor's degree in human resources, so she brings a lot of combination strengths to the center in terms of running it from a business perspective, as well as bringing all of the background in early childhood ed. Our current 5 wonderful teachers, 3 of them have their associate's degree in ECE. One has a bachelor's degree in another field, but then she decided to change into early childhood ed and got her state certification here. And we have one person who's got her state certification and is just one class shy of her associate's degree. So we're looking forward to celebrating with her once she finishes. I'm also quite pleased with the longevity of our team. As a parent myself, my son, 15 years ago, was a student and a child enrolled at the Child Care Center, and his teacher, Maddox, is still a wonderful teacher working with us. All of our staff are up to date in their STARS, which is mandatory professional development for ECE, as well as their first aid CPR. And our staff have a very strong relationship with the agency Child Aware. So when we're doing our biannual developmental screenings with all of the children in the center, if we see that there are delays or anything that might indicate that there is a disability with the child, we contract with Child Aware and work with the parents to make sure that we're taking care of that child and the family. Our instructors are very compassionate and want to make sure that those children have a wonderful experience, even if there are delays that are impacting their ability to be in the classroom. And then just a quick overview of who our parents currently are. 100% of our student parents currently are low income and female. 32% of our parents at the center identify as a Black, Indigenous, or person of color. And 9% of all of our parents are first generation to college students themselves. In terms of our philosophy as a center, we're really focused on that nurturing, safe environment, and very particular focusing in on how children learn through play, that they get to practice decision-making and that social interaction with their peers by playing. And we fundamentally believe that that is how children learn best at this age. So our curriculum is focused on those developmental milestones and how to flexibly meet children's needs and interests. So while those planned curriculum activities are there for all of our classrooms, it also means that we want to make sure that the child gets to balance that with free choice in art or music, language, their pre-math skills, science skills, things like that. Because if they can do all of that, the combination of the planning plus the play, that's how they build self-esteem and independence and problem solving. And that's all takes place because they get to make choices that impact how the classroom environment moves and operates on a daily basis. And so that may be different than other child care centers that you have looked at. So our focus is on full-time care. We are exploring the possibility of part-time options or maybe share options with City of Kirkland. And currently we have closures that match our college's academic calendar. So we're also in exploration talks related to what we could do during our typical closures that meet the needs of City of Kirkland. And our schedule, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. We ask for folks to drop off no later than 10, pick up no earlier than 2, just so that children have consistency and reliability in their schedules. Exceptions, of course, for emergencies. And we don't do more than 10 hours of care for any child without an exception per licensing related to that they work a 10-hour shift or something like that. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we are very excited about having our replacement project where we will get brand new portables moved in to replace our current portables. And we're going to place them in a new area of the campus. So if you've been to our campus, I know several of you have, we have a little hidden parking lot tucked behind our horticulture center that is farther away from the road and closer to the main campus where we bring the children for story time at the library or being able to do a special project in the culinary area. And so it would be a much safer route for the children and allows us to have zero interruption of service. So families will be able to drop their children off at the existing child care center, and then we'll move in over a weekend, and then they'll start using the new center. So there'll be zero disruption of service, even though we're replacing the portables. And then finally, I want to make sure that we talk a little bit about risk management as a center. Our fiscal stability, we've been in continuous operation since the mid-90s. The only disruption to service we've ever had is the COVID-19 pandemic, where we did shut down per Governor Inslee's orders, but we were one of the first child care centers to reopen in early June of 2020, as soon as we were eligible to do so. And as needed, the college does increase a subsidy if there is a fiscal emergency. So COVID is a great example of that. We maintained all of our teaching staff through COVID, even though they did not provide childcare for approximately 4 months to children. They did Zoom calls and things like that with our parents and children in order to do story time and try to keep them engaged, but we maintained 100% of those salaries. We didn't have any income at that time for the center, so that's an example of there was a fiscal crisis, the college stepped up, so we were confident in our fiscal stability. In terms of our complaints, in the past 3 years, we've only had 2 in the past 3 years, and there were very low-level complaints resolved with a quick phone call from licensing, and it was resolved by the end of the day. And finally, in relationship to the COVID pandemic, I will mention we've only had 1 COVID-related closure since the pandemic started. It was for a week. And other than that, our safety measures have made sure that we have not had any COVID outbreaks amongst our students or staff. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Council, if any questions of Dr.
Council?
Okay,
It
thank
was
you.
a pretty comprehensive report. Oh, Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't get into all of my thank yous, but I just have to say before I ask my question that I am so, so, so excited about this opportunity. To me, this is one of the biggest things that we've done in a while as a city to really help really align with our values of being a really truly welcoming and inclusive place, and breaking down barriers to folks to be able to work here in the city of Kirkland. So thank you so much to staff, and thank you so much for Dr. Hayden for this presentation tonight. I just have a quick question, something I didn't see in the memo or in the presentation, as to what does the, it's a little bit in the weeds, but what would the contract look like as far as time commitment? For I know that can vary pretty greatly in childcare facilities. Is it like a month to month? Like how much notice, advance notice typically needs to be given? I understand some of those details might be yet to be negotiated, but I'm curious how your center currently handles that.
Sure. So obviously, we're still in conversations about what things could look like between us and City of Kirkland. The way we currently handle things is it's very open. We serve a student body that is comes and goes as needed, since we're a public open access to your college. So it's a monthly contract. So if by the end of the month you're moving on, then we accept that and we don't charge you. If an emergency happens where a student has to leave because, let's say it's a medical emergency or something like that, we would let them out of even that contract early. We've been historically incredibly flexible and generous around contracts.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hayden. And council members, you'll have another opportunity to ask questions following this presentation, but I just wanted to very quickly talk about the next steps here. Staff is seeking council feedback and direction on how we can best bring childcare benefits to Kirkland employees. So initially, having a conversation about how to proceed with our vendors and those who responded to the RFP. And secondly, asking council to consider adopting Resolution R-5598 by motion. Just a quick run through of the terms in the resolution. It would authorize our city manager to negotiate an agreement with LW Tech to expand access to quality and affordable childcare for employees. It advances the city work program. It'll allow us to reserve slots at a not-for-profit rate and create flexible partnerships that can scale up as the need arises in terms of our employees' childcare needs. Additionally, under Section 2, you'll see that the city manager is directed to negotiate the terms of an interlocal agreement that would meet key interests, including allowing employees to access the Early Learning Center's existing childcare program. Kirkland would pay LW Tech for a predetermined number of spaces, and at this point, we're talking about 15 spaces would reserve that commitment and allow for us to enter into a contract. Employees would pay tuition through payroll deduction, and Kirkland then has an option to apply a subsidy for further discounts to that rate. The center would be accessible from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. There is, I'm not sure if Dr. Hayden mentioned, there is a time period where there are 4 weeks where there are annual closures based on the school schedule. And so in order for us to work with LW Tech to keep those doors open, they would consider a separate daily rate that would allow employees to access that center during those closures. There would be a one-time contribution of fees for childcare careers, which is basically a headhunter service to help them hire those teachers that are needed to provide these services. And we would also talk about exploring expanded partnerships in the future, such as potentially looking at swing shifts or night shifts that would then cater to our public safety employees. With that, another opportunity for you to ask questions before considering the motion.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Director Deaver, for all your work and your staff's work on this. And I wanted to ask a question. I'm expecting, although I have no assurance, but I'm expecting a motion shortly for adoption of Resolution 5598. But in the meantime, you have asked us this question, I think, on the previous slide about our direction from the council to staff on how to proceed with the vendor responses. I guess what I'd ask, what I'm wondering, the way I'm looking at this is if there is a motion and it is adopted to adopt Resolution 5598, what gaps does the staff see if we're trying to provide quality and affordable health care to Kirkland workers? What gaps would exist that we would be trying to fill with further engagement with the vendors who responded to the RFP?
Absolutely. That's a great question, Councilmember Black. Obviously, if we engage with LW Tech, it is centralized here in Kirkland, so it caters to those employees who are within the immediate vicinity, who can drop off their children, come to work, or drop off the children, go back home if they have remote work. There are a large number of employees who work and commute to City Hall and to the city of Kirkland, and that might not be convenient for them to do that, dealing with traffic and whatnot. And so potentially having another vendor that has a network of childcare centers, throughout the King County region, Snohomish County, it may potentially allow us to cater to other employees with that need. So obviously, we'd have to explore all that. But as I had mentioned with the 4 vendors, what we found was either we build our own facility elsewhere near site or on site, or we, some of these vendors provide the backup care, emergency care that might be needed by some parents, just on a case by case basis, and then as well as that provider network. So I think there are a number of things we would still continue to explore if we proceeded with interviews with these vendors.
Okay, I appreciate that, and that makes sense. On the emergency backup care, that you've identified that as a gap, so that's not something that we necessarily foresee being able to fill for our employees through the relationship with the likely structure of a relationship with LW Tech.
Well, we are actually having these types of conversation with Dr. Hayden and her colleagues. They're very flexible in terms of what, it's hard for me to speak on her behalf, but very, very flexible in terms of some of the ideas that we've brought up. They're happy to explore those things, including the swing shifts, including, potential ability to perhaps for a designated position, if it were a full-time allocation of a childcare slot, we might be able to carve that out between 2 employees and have them swap that one space. So we're looking at all of our potential options there.
Okay. Well, I will say that to try to help answer the question, because you are looking for our guidance, I do like the idea of continuing to engage with those vendors who can offer that quality and affordable health care where some of our workers, meet them where they are as far as where they live and their commute. And so I would be interested in that scope of further engagement. And then I guess I've already hinted that I'll be supporting whoever's going to move for a resolution of R5598. Thanks. And I'm excited about it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you for that transition, Councilmember Black, because I would like to move that we adopt Resolution R5598, authorizing the city manager to negotiate an interlocal agreement with Lake Washington Institute of Technology for childcare services for City of Kirkland employees.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black. To move Resolution 5598, authorizing the city manager to negotiate an interlocal agreement with Lake Washington Institute of Technology for childcare services for City of Kirkland employees. Discussion? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just speak to the motion a little bit. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm really excited about this opportunity. I am thrilled that we're living our values as a city to truly be inclusive and welcoming and to help provide this service for our City of Kirkland employees. Thank you for engaging employees in this process too. I was really happy to hear about that as it was happening and to read about that in the memo as well. I also just wanted to say kudos to the authors of the memo too, because I had some questions as I was reading it, and then later on the questions were answered, so I got to scratch them off. So thank you for that. It was really thoughtful and really detailed, some of which addressed tonight that I just want to highlight. I appreciate that you mentioned that we're still looking for ways to explore some of the gaps, some of which may be addressed in this resolution, and some, as Councilmember Black mentioned, might be addressed elsewhere. Thinking like you mentioned the swing shift. I don't know that it's been mentioned, but also infants is something that was addressed in the memo. I think that's a really important gap as well that I would be very interested in us continuing to pursue discussions on. Backup care, whether that's part of this and or another provider, is something that's really, really crucial as well. And like you mentioned, other potential geographically dispersed childcare options for folks, whether that means a subsidy or an agreement with another organization. So I fully support this resolution and want us to continue to explore those gaps. So thank you.
Thank you. And further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the motion to approve Resolution 5598, moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, that takes us to, do we want to take a break? Okay. I think we'll just take a 15-minute break. And a bio break, I guess. Somebody tell me what 15 and 52 is. Good, okay, 9:07, we'll be back. Thank you. We are back in session following a short break, and we are at the next item on our agenda, which is potential property acquisition in support of the Cross-Kirkland Corridor Master Plan. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this was the subject of some of our public testimony. Here to give you the overview of the potential acquisition is our Deputy City Manager, Beth Goldberg.
Welcome, Beth.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. I am told that you're a tough crowd tonight, so I'm hoping this image kind of sets a calm stage. So moving right along, I swear I tested this before I got started tonight, and it's not working.
Beth is coming.
It's moving the box. There. You can just use the mouse. Okay. Or you can use these. That's what I was doing. Okay. Sorry. I'm back. So we are here tonight to talk about the potential acquisition of the property at 212 6th Street South. This is in support of some of the goals articulated in the Cross-Kirkland Corridor Master Plan, and I'll talk about that in a moment. But first of all, some of the facts behind the property. It is listed for sale at $995,000, and we understand that the owner has received multiple offers in excess of $850,000 from potential home builders. But we also know from our conversations from talking with the owner that they are willing to consider selling the property to the city of Kirkland for $800,000, understanding that it would be preserved as park space and named the Fisk Family Park. I'm cursed. Okay, there we go. Sorry, now I'm not cursed. So the property is located adjacent to the Cross-Kirkland Corridor in the Moss Bay neighborhood, and it is zoned for low-density residential. So if this was sold on the private market, chances are it would be redeveloped as a home or homes. The acreage of the property is 0.42 acres, just under a half an acre. And as I mentioned at the outset, the Cross-Kirkland Corridor Master Plan contemplated acquisitions of properties in this segment of the trail to support the naturalistic stretch of the trail in a manner that adds interest but not overactivation. And as you saw from the picture at the outset, it's a very natural setting. And it also provides an opportunity to daylight Everest Creek crossing and the connection to Everest Park. So in terms of financing the acquisition at $800,000, what we are proposing here today is that Kirkland would contribute $200,000 worth of park impact fees as an initial payment, and then use $600,000 interfund loan from the Surface Water Management Fund to cover the rest of the costs. That would be a 3-year interfund loan. And the strategy behind using the interfund loan is it would provide us time to work with King County, the Kirkland Parks Foundation, and other potential partners to identify funds outside of the city of Kirkland to offset that $600,000 interfund loan that I just mentioned. So together, that would get us to the $800,000 worth of costs. In terms of park impact fees, that would be our upfront contribution or our ongoing contribution. There's a forecast at the bottom of the slide that is showing the annual estimated revenue in that fund, and there would be more than enough over this period of time to cover the $200,000. In terms of recommendations, staff recommends that the council adopt Resolution R 5601, which would do three things. It would approve the purchase and sale agreement, allowing us to acquire the property. It would authorize use of $200,000 in park impact fees to cover a portion of the purchase price, and then authorize another $600,000 as a 3-year interfund loan from the Surface Water Management Fund to cover the remaining purchase price. So that is our recommendation today, and now can open it up to questions and discussion.
Discussion, Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Beth. If we pass this resolution, and if this sale goes forward, what are the next steps as far after purchase, as far as assessing what we do with the site, what the ongoing maintenance costs are, signage, so forth? I'm looking at you instead of Beth, sorry. It's not here.
So we actually don't have a lot of thought has gone into that yet until we actually have the acquisition. So we would continue to assess the site. I think you all know, we go down the CKC, mostly every day, and we kind of look at all the properties along the CKC. So I'd be talking to both Public Works and Parks about how to assess to maintain this site. Our intent would be to purchase it quickly. So right after, if the council approve it, we'd actually send the money and get ownership as quickly as we can. And then we'd sit down and figure out between Public Works and Parks exactly what we're going to do next. I hadn't anticipated doing anything with the property itself without coming back with a little mini kind of master plan discussion with the council. So we would kind of leave it natural as is in the short term, and then ask if the council wants to, for example, do you want to have a light playground on it or something? But we would come back and have that as a full council discussion before we did anything.
One of the things I'd be interested in the short term is removing the blackberry barrier between the property and the CKC. So, and let's bring some goats in.
Right.
So that would, be a quick thing that I'd be interested in doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Make a motion?
You may.
Anybody else? Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution R 5601, authorizing the city manager to execute a real estate property purchase and sale agreement.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Black, to approve Resolution 5801. Any further discussion?
Can I speak to my motion? I just really want to say that I support the purchases of this property, and I think the former Mayor McBride said it very clearly, we never regret purchasing park property. And it really does fulfill our responsibilities as far as outlined in the CK Master Plan. I think the open stream is special and rare. I envision this as a quiet respite, maybe a couple picnic tables, not with a lot of activation. One of the things I'm super excited about is the education opportunities of open streams and Kirkland's watershed and how all water flows downhill to Lake Washington. And I think that as a member of the KCD advisory group, there could be grant opportunities and education collaborations that could happen with this property. So I hope the rest of the council members will support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a proposed amendment to Resolution 5601, and the intention of this amendment is to specifically state in the resolution that park impact fees are to be utilized and that the property is being purchased for park purposes rather than for some other purpose. That actually isn't specifically mentioned in the resolution. So I'd like to make a motion to amend Resolution 5601 on page 489, lines 41 to 42 by striking out park fees and inserting in its place park impact fees, and striking out the word this, and by inserting of this property for park purposes at the end of the sentence, so that section 2 reads as follows. The City Council hereby authorizes the use of $200,000 in park impact fees to fund acquisition of this property for parks purposes.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Falcone, to amend the motion as he just described. Any further or any discussion? Question is on the motion to adopt the amendment to the motion as moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. All those in favor, please signify by saying yes or aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? The amendment passes. Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also have an amendment that I would like to propose. We've heard a lot of interest from the community and some fundraising that's actually going on. And as the Deputy City Manager has mentioned, our expectation is that we pay off the interfund loan through some of these partnerships and external funding. The resolution doesn't actually say that, and I'd like to make it explicit by adding a section 5 that says the city manager is directed to pursue external funding and partnerships to repay the interfund loan authorized in section 3. So I'd like to move this as Amendment 2 shown on your screen.
It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Falcone, to amend Resolution 5601 by adding Section 5 as described. Any discussion? Okay, the question is on the motion to amend Resolution 5601 by adding Section 5. Moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, this takes us back to the original motion moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Black, to adopt Resolution 5801 as amended.
As amended, yeah.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Beth. Pretty pictures. And that takes us to next item, the utility box art wrap draft work plan. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So as you might recall, through our LRM process, the council had asked that we not only wrap some of the art that has just been recently wrapped, but also come back to the council with a draft work program for how we might wrap future utility boxes and current utility boxes. So this is our first chance to come before you with a draft proposal, and we're looking for council feedback on that. And here to give you that presentation is Diana Hart, our Government Affairs Manager.
Welcome, Diana.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. So tonight we have a couple slides to review the draft work plan as requested by Council and the latest LRM related to that. So the city has 62 utility boxes identified by Public Works that could be used for this program. We're specifically looking at traffic signal service cabinets due to their size and location at intersections, allowing for high rates of visibility by all types of travelers. The memo acknowledges some of the opportunities and challenges of the program, but I'd like to highlight that the KCAC, or the Cultural Arts Commission, opted to wrap service cabinets this year with some of the funding that was provided by council to increase the diversity of art in Kirkland. Public art traditionally has been limited to sculptures and murals, works that require specific technical skills and large amount of sometimes very expensive materials. Cabinet wraps can accommodate art of many styles as long as it can be rendered into a 2D image. So not only can utility boxes allow public art to be diversely located, but they also allow a greater diversity of artists to participate in the program. The image on the slide is of the recently installed work at one of the entrances of the village at Totem Lake. So here we have an overview of the KCAC's art selection process. Just as a quick reminder for everyone that it starts off with the fact that KCAC has committees of 3 members for each art project they support. Committees develop the language and review the evaluation criteria for the call to artists that will be used to solicit interest from artists in producing works for this project. I'd like to note that when we say artists, we both mean professional artists or community members, anyone of interest in producing art for any specific call. The call is issued and we utilize our developed list of local and beyond artists. And when there is a strong community or neighborhood focus, we can add even further neighborhood notification. For example, ensuring their schools are aware of the opportunity to submit works when a cabinet at their entrance is under consideration. The KCAC reviews all submitted applications against a developed evaluation criteria, interviews top candidates, and finalists are selected to produce final works. Those works are then taken to the full KCAC for approval and then council for approval. Once approved, we move forward to installation. For wraps, that means formatting the designs for installation with input from our artists prior to printing and installation. On this slide, we have the newly installed wraps at one of the entrances to Kirkland Urban with some of the members of the KCAC, the artist, and the artist family. This slide shows the draft work plan schedule as is outlined in the memo with a timeline plan for new cabinets, with old style cabinets to be wrapped when they are replaced in the future. We propose clustering cabinets generally by neighborhood to streamline community engagement, both for clarity for the community and ease the impacts on work plans. By utilizing the KCAC art selection process I shared on the previous slide, in combination with the CIP to plan for the work, we can further reduce potential work plan impacts by avoiding developing entirely new processes. In addition, we have wraps going in every other year and in the off year from the Park Lane Sculpture Gallery, which is transitioning from an annual to a 2-year program, again, easing impacts on our work plans. Also note that any needed code changes for new cabinets as part of developments will be reviewed with the next miscellaneous code update, which we anticipate could be as early as mid-2024. Final slide of the night talks about budget impacts. Before I get into that, I want to share that this wrap is the newly installed piece at the entrance to Park at Juanita Village, with the artist, KCAC member, and Councilmember Falcone, who attended the ribbon cutting. The 3 locations that were wrapped this year cost around $11,500, with $1,500 in artist stipends for the 3 artists, which were asked to produce 2 pieces of work for each location, and around $7,000 for installing all of the wraps. Wrapping all 62 cabinets in Kirkland over the next 20 years with this budget in mind, including replacement and inflation, is expected to cost between $600,000 to $750,000 over those 20 years, depending on the amount of art. This is a reduction from what was in the memo, as we were able to further refine the estimate that we shared. The range predominantly comes from the amount of art funded and the amount of artist stipends. The stipend utilized this year was for 2 pieces of work used at one location. It is possible that a different amount could be offered to wrap multiple boxes with 1 piece of work or other iterations of the program. These estimates and the amount of art provided could be further refined as the program transitions from the new style to the old style replacements. Because of the opportunity for iterations and refinement, and without a unique dedicated revenue source, we recommend that estimates are incorporated into the CIP and that the program is evaluated each biennium. And that's all I have for you tonight. I'll turn things back to you and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Diana. Council questions? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you so much, Diana. You know, diverse art and public art are a passion of mine, so I was very, very, very excited to see this. I think this came from, you know, conversations that we've had over the past few years about wanting to just find more accessible ways to increase the amount of diverse art throughout the community and throughout neighborhoods throughout the city. So I am so thrilled. I love, love, love the new utility box wraps that we already have here in the city of Kirkland, those 3 that you showed tonight. Thank you for those. Anyway, I'm just excited to have this conversation. It may seem minor, but it is not. It really helps create a sense of belonging to have more diverse art throughout the community. Okay, so I had a question about, in the memo, it mentioned that I believe I read that the lifespan of a utility box wrap is shorter than I thought it was. Can you speak to that a little bit? Because in speaking with some community members, you know, and some of my colleagues, they've seen utility box wraps that have lasted and stayed in good shape a lot longer than I think, was it 5 years, I think that was mentioned in the memo. Can you speak to that just a little bit more?
Yeah, we're finding they last in the good shape status for about 5 years. Obviously, you can leave them on longer than that, but they definitely experience weather out and about exposed like that. So they do experience some deterioration. There is a question as to whether or not it needs to be really replaced at that 5-year mark, or if we can draw that out. So there's definitely some uncertainty there, but hearing and what we're finding online is that they do last reliably for about 5 years, and then it's sort of up to the discretion of the owners whether or not you want to replace them right away, or if you want to kind of let them last a little longer than that.
Thank you. And can you also clarify, in the memo, it talks about how the majority of the utility boxes in the city are anticipated to be replaced in the next 5 to 7 years. Do we think that's when they're actually going to be replaced, or just kind of when they're at the end of their anticipated life cycle and might be a little bit longer than that?
That is a great question for Public Works. And I think the 5 to 7 number is what I've been told from Public Works team, but it's possible that it could be longer than that before they're replaced. I don't anticipate that all 62 would be replaced in that 2-year window, so I'm sure there would be some sort of range over time that they would get replaced. It's also possible that when those intersections get improved or things like that, that there might be opportunities to refresh them at a different time.
Great, thank you. And the reason that I was asking those questions is because my instinct is to think that, well, let's beautify kind of the ugliest utility boxes around the city, right? That we have some shiny new ones. And I was a little bit surprised to see in the memo the recommendation that let's focus on the new ones, given that the lifespan of the wraps are shorter than the lifespan of the majority of the boxes that exist anyway. And so I feel like let's go after the biggest need first, which would be the ugliest ones that are in the most prominent locations. And so I just encourage us to kind of rethink that and to think if, with that lens, if there are some of the suggested, the recommendations for how to prioritize, if there might be other ones that bubble up to the surface that we could help, in the meantime, if it's going to be, 5 to 7 or more years till they're replaced, that we could at least make them a little bit less of an eyesore in the interim. So I would like us to look at that lens. Also had a question about just how, thank you for the timeline in there about the updates being in mid-2024. So any new utility boxes, I would anticipate we would start seeing those pop up like 2025-ish and on maybe. And so wondering as we develop that, what we think that might look like and how we can roll that into the every other year review of art that's submitted to the Cultural Arts Commission. I know that it was mentioned in there just kind of the staff time and the commission's time to put out that call for artists, and wondering if that would be part of the process to identifying pre-selected pieces of art that could be used for folks as they're installing new utility boxes, that it would be easier for them. We could, I want us to just kind of think through what that might look like. Would we, as a city, pay the artist up front, and then, each time it's used, maybe they get a certain fee from the developer or something like that. In addition, I just want us to be thoughtful about that to support the artist and also to streamline the process and minimize the burden on city staff and on the Arts Commission. So let's think through that. Overall, I would like to see us maybe stretch a tiny bit more on doing a couple more utility boxes every 2 years, especially given that we're only doing it every 2 years and the amount of work that I know goes into those call for artists and all the review, like you mentioned, with the committees, with the staff time, with the artists, and with the full commission, as well as city council for reviewing those, perhaps there's a little bit more economy of scale that we could get there and squeeze out, a few more utility boxes every 2 years. I think that would stretch our dollars a little bit more, and again, help to beautify and spread diverse art throughout the community a little bit more. And I think that's all of my notes. My notes are messy, so if I forget something, I'll let you know.
I was going to stop.
Thank you.
Anyway. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since we're in discussion, maybe, are we supposed to move a resolution? No? Is it just a motion?
It's just a work plan.
Oh, okay. Well, then I have a couple questions and then a couple statements. First off, yeah, I support this work program. It's something that I've wanted to see for a while because, it was ad hoc in terms of these utility box wraps, and it'd be nice just to, check a few off every so many years. I don't see this as like a huge priority overall, but it's nice to make progress on this over time is kind of how I see it. A couple questions for you. In the past, we have this 1% for the arts for our capital CIP projects, and we've had difficulty in utilizing that in certain types of projects, to where we've prepared this this, I don't know, medallion, for sidewalk projects and stuff like that. Is it possible to pool that money and use it on utility wraps instead, or do we still have to? Because I think what we were struggling with was more about the cost at the time that what could you do that's fairly inexpensive, right? Because the money isn't big. This seems like, could this be a perfect opportunity to do those?
I definitely think there's some ability to do that. You do at some point, you have to link the funding to the project.
Yeah.
So you couldn't, for example, take a street project that didn't have an intersection and take a 1% and put it in an art wrap somewhere in Finn Hill that's not close to it. But there is some ability to pool in the 1% for art policy that we created. So it's definitely something that we could explore.
Okay. Yeah, just something to think about. And then the other question, I was thinking actually, Councilmember Falcone raised this one. But you see some of these around schools. And one of the questions I got from the community was, why not have student art classes, have a competition and do it? So I mean, I don't think we have to say, yeah, that's a great idea, but maybe that's something that our commission could think about, as this moves forward. That could be something fun and kind of provide an identity around the schools and fun for kids. And then I'm just gonna, as for future boxes, I'm just gonna go down a tangent real quick here to plant a seed for a future discussion. I actually don't want to see more utility boxes across the city. I think that we have a proliferation of traffic signals across the city, and I would like instead to, not see more traffic signals. I'd rather see, other types of traffic control devices such as roundabouts. And that's something that I'd like us to think about in the future, particularly as we monitor the function of the new roundabouts at 132nd. I'll eat my words if they don't function as well, but I'm trusting that they will. And the reason why I mention this is because for those colleagues that aren't aware, WashDOT has a policy, and that's why you see roundabouts installed on highways now, and you don't see signals installed on highways anymore. So it's a roundabout first policy. So it's roundabouts are the expected traffic control. You must prove why they can't be the first solution. And then, only then can you move to a signal. And that's because roundabouts are consistent with the values and the priorities of the state: sustainability, resiliency, safety, reduction of speeds, all of that. And so I'm just thinking out loud, if the state can do it, perhaps the city should think about that as well. So I know this isn't the conversation for it, but it just kind of it piqued my interest in that I don't really want to see more boxes. I would like us to talk about this, though, in the Transportation Master Plan update conversation later this year. Thank you.
Thank you. And has anybody ridden in 130 seconds roundabouts? They're fabulous.
At least a dozen times.
Yeah. Councilmember Nixon.
I have a question for clarification for the city manager. So you talked about this 1% for the art policy and that it has some provision for pooling and that there has to be some connection to the project. Is that required by state law, or is that a city policy?
Sort of both. So you get into gray area of, so the example would basically be the Accountancy Act and like using, if you had a big, I'm just going to make up an example. If you had a big sewer project and you tried to use it for 1% for the arts to do a nice sculpture in a park, yeah, you could get an audit finding that says, wait a second, there's no relevance to the sewer, unless it's the sewer project also in the park, right, and does something. So you have to have a causal link, but how far you want to go is sort of like based on audit findings and your own personal policy as a city. So we tried to make sure that we kept ourselves conservative, as we always do, to avoid any audit findings. So there's a little flexibility, but it does depend on, and with general fund, there's obviously maximum flexibility. So if it's a completely general fund funded project, you can kind of do whatever you want.
So I just kind of concur with what Councilmember Pascal was suggesting, which is that if we can create flexibility by amending our own policy, let's do that. Policies are made to be amended, right?
Right.
So, I mean, obviously, if it was something we had to have Diana go to the state legislature and get amended, that might be a little bit tougher, and especially when you're talking about grant funds going into specific areas. as we work on this policy, I'd love to look at that issue as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Love the discussions tonight, John, when you were, Councilmember Pascal, when you were talking about not wanting to see these, I thought you were going to go undergrounding, which had me thinking that that may be another policy we need to look at when we look at transportation master plan or other things, because that may be something we want to do when we do have to have utilities. One question I have for staff is, given Councilmember Falcone's feedback on her personal preference of a different set of wraps than the staff recommendation, do we need to decide on that now, or are we just providing direction that the work plan and the 13 wraps over the next 6 years is something we want to move forward on?
I'll give my answer, but it's really up to the council. I think if that is a bit of a flip of our priority, but our priority was also just a policy, based priority, and this could easily be, if the council feels that's the better way to go. So one option might be say, bring us back. If we use that as the starting point, what would that look like in terms of the first 6 and the next 6 and the next 6? We could at least do that for you and say, this is where they'd be instead of here. So if you want to see that before we go any further, we could certainly do that.
I'm not sure I understand what you're...
The staff recommendation has identified a set of utility boxes that would be, that they would come back with during the CIP to fund. Councilmember Falcone has suggested some different priorities. And just wondering, do we want to decide that tonight? I came in here prepared to support the staff recommendation.
Yeah, I think for me, the question is a condition of an older box such that it won't hold a wrap as well as a newer? So that's a question I think we still need to get an answer to in terms of changing the priority from newer boxes. So I think maybe we need a little more information. Go ahead.
Can I clarify my comments on that? My comments were more that let's look at kind of a mixed approach where we still have some of the existing recommendations from staff, but perhaps look at adding a box or two every 2 years. One, to save staff time, since it's already like a lot of work just to go through the process, and we could award another grant to an artist or two. And if in doing so, to prioritize kind of the most prominent ugly ones that we think could help beautify.
So I think based on that, we could certainly come up with a couple options. Like, for example, if you're going to do one at X location, maybe there's 2 older ones very close to X location, and you could say, what would it take to extend to those 2, right, or something like that.
And then we would have that discussion at budget time.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the key for us, is that all this we think needs to happen in budget time, where you can decide how many wraps and how much you want to spend. Yeah. And we could say, given how much you want to spend, you can do these many in these locations, right? But we can noodle on that sort of worst first and how that might integrate as well and come up with some options. We know where they all are, so we can try to think that through.
Okay, so that's a wrap. Yeah, I was waiting for that. Okay, this takes us to item number 10, reports, City Council, Regional, and Committee reports. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to try to tackle the most important proposal of the evening here. On Friday, I forwarded to you an email from a student government officer at Juanita High School via a parent about inquiring about the potential to get signage attached to city signal poles identifying honorary names of the driveways of schools. They had done a bit of research on it and found that Inglemoor, Newport, and Bellevue High Schools all have such signage. So all of a sudden, this is a competitive issue between them. I did a bit more research, which I has included in the email, and found that Lake Washington High has an honorary sign, but it's on their private property. It's not on the city pole. And I've since discovered earlier today that Bothell High also has honorary names of their street right on 522. In the case of Bellevue High, the actual name of the city street was changed because part of that entry drive into Bellevue High is public road. But in all the other cases, it's a private driveway owned by the school district. So the signage isn't of the actual street name, it's just a second honorary name on the signage. We do this in the city now, some. I note that at the entry to Juanita High today, we do have signs that say Juanita High School this way. And we also have historic names of many of the city streets on our street signs. So these kind of honorary or historic names are not unusual. So my first reaction to this request from the students was that it's reasonable to look into. I think what they're just looking for at this point is what would the process be? What approvals would they need to get from the school district or the school or the students? What approval would they need to get from the city? How would the cost be covered? My assumption is they would cover the cost and do a little bit of fundraising to do that. You know, I think what this might end up being is like a 1 or 2 page policy in the public works policies that say how they handle it. Ultimately, I don't think this is every one of these. I can't imagine more than a handful of them happening, would end up having to come to the council for approval. I think it's something Public Works would be able to handle reasonably. So the city manager recommended that I forward that to you for consideration before the staff spends any time on it, kind of like an LRM, but I don't know that it needs to be an LRM. But he may have some additional thoughts on this as well. What do you need from the council in order for some investigation of this to proceed?
So when we looked into this, we don't have any policies that prohibit it. And as Councilmember Nixon said, we do allow it. But my thought was we're very, initiative-focused student who contacted you, but we don't really know. I can't imagine someone would be opposed to Ravens Way. We don't really know if the rest of the student body knows or thinks about it, and we don't know if there's a school district policy. So my suggestion had been that possibly we bring this up at the Lake Washington School District Coordinating Committee meeting. But I think if they're okay and the high school's okay, it wouldn't be a big deal for us to put a sign up. But I wanted to make sure the whole council had a chance to just at least think about it, and like I said, maybe ask the coordinating committee to bring it up. So,
when is the next coordinating committee meeting? It is.
Oh, great.
September 26th. Yeah, it's the next.
You mean this topic is on the agenda? Oh, cool.
We're very responsive here.
Yeah.
Well, we create the agenda, Toby.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Excellent.
Can I just respond to?
Oh, certainly.
When Councilmember Nixon forwarded that, I agree that this is a good thing to raise, especially if there's interest at the school and the school district. But then he raised the issue around cost. We have a sign fabrication shop. We make street signs here in Kirkland, and parents have really expressed to me, just as a parent of students at Juanita, just the frustration that the turn lane project has gone on and on and on and on. Nothing's really happened, and something starts, but it's been a long time. And I know it's not our fault. There's probably lots of folks to point fingers at, but that could be a source of goodwill and say, thank you for your patience. We appreciate it. Here's a new street sign. So that's something that would be fun to consider.
I think everybody's nodding heads. Sounds great. Anything further?
That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Nothing for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Okay, well, first, speaking about public art, I'm so sad we don't have a troll.
Oh.
How do we get on that list? We need a troll. I haven't gone to Issaquah yet, but I can't wait to go out there. I wasn't able to attend them all. We have a frog. But a troll would be cool. I wasn't able to attend them all, but I just want to say thank you to the volunteers that put together the neighborhood picnics. It's a lot of work and well appreciated and a great way to build community. Legislative work group meets for the first time this Friday. And yay, it's going to be a short session. I'm looking forward to City Hall for All and Seaside Spot Splash. K4C is holding an elected official work session on October 12th at 3 o'clock. I'm interested in going, so we need to decide who gets to go. So who else is interested in going?
I'm signed up to go. Did not think about the fact, because as a member of the K4C Outreach Committee, appointed by this council, so I didn't think about it, but I'm looking at the deputy mayor because he's also appointed by this council.
I'm also saying Councilmember Falcone's interested. I'm willing to step back for the three of you to attend.
You know, we can all go to the same meeting. We just can't spend time talking about Kirkland issues.
City manager?
That's true. It depends.
Or we could notice it.
Or you can notice it, right?
So it's
October 12th at 3. Well, you have been instrumental in the working group, so
Right.
I don't want to take your spot.
So it's not our meeting, and the county executive
Oh,
has
that's right.
had this as an elected official work session, not open to the public to encourage frank discussion. It's a point of view that I disagree with the executive on, but we've had that argument. So, and the previous guidance from the city attorney was that we couldn't have a quorum there because it was closed.
Well, I personally think that the two people from the working group should go, so Councilmember Falcone and I could do rock, paper, scissors and figure out who the other person is.
Sounds like a plan. Anything further?
That was it, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of my colleagues mentioned City Hall for All. As we know, that is one of many Welcoming Week events and activities happening. So there are probably half a dozen on my calendar. I won't list them all, but I'm really excited for Welcoming Week, as I always am. It's one of my favorite weeks that we have here on the East Side. So lots of good things happening. Aside from that, I just want to say happy first day of school to all the folks in Lake Washington School District, all the families, all the staff, all the educators. Thank you to our educators and staff for preparing for today. Good luck, families. I'll just say that. And yeah, just happy first day of school. Hope everybody has a wonderful school year.
Excellent. Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, I just say that had a good break, and looking forward to all the cool events that are going to be taking place over the next few months. It seems like a pretty full calendar. Looking forward to it, but nothing to report.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to note that on Friday, August 25th, several of us participated in the rally against anti-Semitism. The mayor, Councilmember Curtis, Councilmember Nixon, and I participated. There was an incredible turnout for folks responding to some anti-Semitic incidents that had happened in our neighborhoods, and wanted to thank the group FIRE, Fostering Interfaith Relations on the East Side, that Councilmember Nixon is active in, for being one of the organizers. It was a very uplifting experience having such broad community support, saying that Kirkland will not stand up. Kirkland stands against such hate. Thank you.
Thank you. I continue to be very involved in water work of all kind. And as a matter of fact, I've got regional water quality meeting, 2 of them tomorrow. But we are making really good progress on developing an SCA caucus that is committed to the work, understands the body of work, has been a huge learning curve for folks this year. So I am looking forward to discontinuing my membership on RWQC next year, but I am going to join what's called MUPAC, which is the Metro, anyway, it's a water group. Anyway, so same number of meetings, basically same agendas, but working hand in hand with Regional Water Quality Committee and keeping another elected voice there. So I think it's important. So I'm excited about that. Other than that, there have been community picnics. I can't believe how many of them some of you guys have been to. I was able to spend some time at Denny Fest. I'm looking forward to the next 2 weekends. We've got lots of stuff coming up here with City Hall for All, and then I think, what's up?
We have the health fair too.
The-
Mentioned it.
That's right, the health fair's coming right up. So, yeah, we have lots of stuff to finish summer. And with that, I will turn it over to you, City Manager.
Thank you. So we do have one short presentation for the council on multi-factor authentication by our IT Director, Smitha Krishnan. And I have 2 updates for the council following that.
Dennis? You can talk slowly, Smith, so we've got 10 minutes to burn.
I have topics after I can walk through.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of council. I believe this is the last presentation for today, so I was hoping to make it brief, but I can extend it if you want. So as I had stated in the memo, October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and the #1 recommendation for most agencies like us is to implement MFA to reduce the risk of cybersecurity threats and attacks, MFA being multi-factor authentication. So we're just in a world where protection with passwords alone is not sufficient. What we have today is an 8-character password, and even a strong one can be cracked in less than 10 minutes by a good hacker. So we're just not in a very safe world. Okay, so the solution we are implementing, and we've already started rolling this out to departments, is Duo Security, which is a solution by Cisco. And the way it works is Duo combines your password, which is something you know, with something you have, which could be twofold. It could be 2 different methods. One is you could have a Duo Cisco Duo Security application on your smartphone through which you can authenticate, or you could also have a hard token or a YubiKey, which you would then have to carry with you, very much like a city badge to access a city building. So just quickly about what you should expect as a user when you first get enrolled to Duo. When you log in for the first time in your day, it will prompt you for your username, password. Once you go past that, you will get the Duo screen then asking for the second layer of authentication. In that screen, then you can also select the option of remembering you for 4 hours, so you're not prompted in the next 4 hours. That said, if you were to lock your computer, walk away, and come back and unlock, you will be prompted again. And Duo will also prompt you for the Office 365 applications like Outlook, SharePoint. And as we go through this implementation, eventually it will completely replace the O365 authentication that you're used to seeing. Just one of the nice features of Duo is that it is AI-based. So it studies users' usage patterns, and as it gets to know what applications you typically use, the number of authentications you receive will decrease. So just expect more authentications in the first week or so, but those will drop off. So for example, when I log in, the application already knows that I'm going to open Outlook, so I no longer get authenticated for Outlook. Our team, the project is being led by Shelley Craig, who's our technical project manager, and our technical lead is Jordan Shump, who is a network analyst in Chuck's team. Chuck and I are backups, just helping wherever we can. I do want to point out a useful resource, which is our SharePoint project site for MFA. We have several frequently asked questions answered here. We also have a 4-minute educational video that this team put together that will give you a lot more information. As to how we're going to roll this out to you all, my team will reach out to each of you individually, set up a time in the next couple of weeks, and we will make sure we set it up for you, and it will be painless. So with that, any questions?
Councilmember Black.
Is there any reason we can't save Smith's staff's time by joining in groups of 3 for this training? Or is it actually helpful to your staff to work with us one-on-one?
It's not much of a time commitment either way, so we'll just make it easy on you.
All right, thanks.
Councilmember Nixon.
Thanks. I've been using multi-factor authentication for city resources for, it seems like, several years already, using Microsoft Authenticator. So I'm just curious why we're replacing the Microsoft Authenticator system that's already been working.
So Microsoft, the Authenticate tool is only protecting Microsoft O365 applications. That's where you're having to authenticate. This solution is actually going to protect our network beyond that. So we will be protecting our network resources as well. And at this point, we are not authenticating individual applications like Munis, for example, because it has its own Okta. But over time, we will be adding more applications that can be further authenticated. So it's just going to be a more comprehensive solution than Office 365.
Okay.
Councilmember Curtis.
I'm fine. That was my question.
Oh.
You won't have to do both. That's the good news.
Will we get an authenticator app, or will we get texts?
So the application, if you have it on your smartphone, is in most cases, it's going to be a deny and approve. So it's relying on you to authenticate whether you're the one who's actually logging in. So you would just click approve and it would go through. In some cases, when it's trying to authenticate to a specific application like Outlook, you will get a 3-digit code, which you would enter, and then it would push you past the screen.
Where would I get the code?
We will get
In the app?
Yeah, it'll come to your app, and the
Does
Duo.
that have an authenticator app?
No, it's a different one. It's a Duo security app. You don't have it right now.
No, I do.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Because my banks use it.
Okay, yeah.
So this
We
will
would
be
just set
another-
up an organizational account for the city of Kirkland.
All right, let me finish my question.
Okay,
which
sorry.
is, so there are multiple different ways that I get requested multi-factor identification. Sometimes it's text, sometimes it's on an app. And so I'm getting to this point where I have to look for it in order to identify who's asking for it. You know, I mean, if I'm dialing into Citibank, I got it covered. But everybody's beginning to ask these questions. So I'm hoping that we are going to figure out a way to sort through it that doesn't confuse all of the different applications that are coming at us. Because I'm like Toby. I mean, I've been using multi-factor for years.
Yeah, so we can look at it when we set it up, where it's basically intuitive for you to figure out which one would be the City of Kirkland's authentication. But you would not use text, you would just use the app.
Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
All right,
Look
thank
forward
you.
to it. Back to you, City Manager.
Okay, thank you. So, 2 quick updates. One, I think I've been mentioning to you, we've been working hard on a coordinated homelessness response team and work product that's leading to a symposium. And you all had a chance to look at our draft website. Some of you gave feedback, some of you still can give feedback, but I wanted you to know it's actually live. The landing page is actually up on our website. So if you go to the Kirkland website and you type in homelessness, it'll come up and it has frequently asked questions, a lot of other things. We're going to continually improve that, but just want to let you know that it's actually up and running, and definitely more to come on that as we go along. I also wanted to give you an update. I did send out an email, and I had a chance to talk to folks, but the bids for the PCC site at the Houghton Village have come in at or below the budget, which does, by council's action on August 2nd, allow me to go ahead and approve the bids. Otherwise, I'd have to bring them back to the council on the September 19th council meeting. And so every week matters at this point to try to get that done so that we can get are tenant out of KTUB, and so I will be approving that between now and the next council meeting once we have our final review of the bids. So I just wanted to give you a heads up on that. And then we did get a request, a very good request from Deputy Mayor Arnold about the fact that we have a lot of neighborhood association meetings coming up, and some of you will be there for neighborhood association meeting business, and others of you might be there with a candidate hat on. And so it's possible that more than 3 of you could show up to one of those community meetings. So the question was whether or not we needed to post those meetings. It was a great question. We looked at it carefully, and we can't post a meeting if a primary purpose of the posting is so that someone could go campaign. So what we need you all to do is if you show up at a meeting and there's more than 3 of you and 1 or more of you wants to campaign, you need to not have 3 in the room at the same time, or 4 in the room at the same time. So we just want you all to be aware of that. If there's someone there, for example, I'll be at most of these, or Will Linswogster making a presentation on the parks ballot measure. If someone is there to hear that or support that, that person leaves, then someone else can come in. Or if a neighborhood group schedules a candidate forum, again, you'll just need to be thoughtful about how many of you are in the room so that you don't have 4 discussing city business, but we can't post them if part of the reason is because of campaigning. So,
Are most of these meetings virtual?
not really anymore. A lot of them are hybrid, can be hybrid, but most of them are in person now.
So if you are a virtual attendee, can you just not turn your camera on?
That's a good question. I think you'd probably want to not listen or comment either, right?
Yeah, I mean, best practice would be just to avoid the appearance of a potential meeting, to not attend, whether you're off camera or not. You would be listening and could be receiving the same information.
Okay, that's going to be a little tricky when it comes to Prop 1 meetings.
There's no problem with all 4 people going to the meeting at some point. It's just everybody being in the meeting at the same time and having 4 there at the same time talking about city business. So what we can do, I'll work with Amy is back tomorrow and just maybe get from each of you individually what meetings you're planning to attend so we can get a roster, and then we can actually post that for you all so you can see whether there is going to be any conflicts at any of the meetings.
Tricky. Councilmember Nixon.
Well, I mean, this has been a problem with both the PRA and the OPMA for a very long time, is how do you separate official city business from campaigning as an incumbent, right, and from your personal stuff as well.
Right.
And, I mean, it's a really tough thing to think about the legislative work group trying to tackle that, but the fact is that the courts have not done a very good job of defining how you separate those different things. I mean, my feeling is if we're all going to the South Rose Hill Bridle Trails Neighborhood Association meeting for a candidate forum, then we ought to be able to just declare that that is not official city business. It is a campaign function, and the OPMA does not apply. But I don't know. Darcy may have a different feeling about that.
Oh, I actually agree on the candidate forum specifically, since it's not intended to be about city business. It's meant to be about election activities. But with the neighborhood association meetings, those are much broader topics. And so that one, those specifically, a specific candidate-only forum, I would think we wouldn't need to limit the number of people. But
So anything that's specifically declared to be a candidate forum, you think we're just safe on those?
I think that weighs against it being a public meeting related to city business.
Okay.
But the neighborhood association meetings, I think my recommendation is to try to limit to 3.
Thanks.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to clarify that it's my understanding that these neighborhood association meetings will contain candidate forums. So they are not separate events, that the neighborhood meetings themselves are in part candidate forums. That's the tricky part.
Yeah, I was mentioning at King County, they would just stay outside until that moment passed where whoever needed to be in there could step out and then someone else could go in. So in a scenario like that, you could all be there for the candidate forum and then not have more than 4 stay after the candidate forum or before the candidate forum, right? So Just have someone come out and tell you, hey, the candidate forum's about to start, as an example.
Okay. We'll work it out.
It's a good question that had not been asked before. So we're trying to do our best to maintain flexibility, but keep it conservative, right?
Great. Okay.
And then just calendar update. That's the only other thing I had was, did anyone have any calendar update questions or comments?
Seeing none.
Okay. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. I believe it's time for Luke to go home. So I will adjourn this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.